Jennifer Tift,
Here.
Holly Tower, here. Absent currently is Pam Rowe, and we will invite her or welcome her when she gets here. All right. So our agenda, Karsten, e-learning plan. What do you got?
Sure. I'm not sure if both of you are familiar with e-learning days or not, but it was started maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago through the legislature, and it enables school districts to conduct distance learning when there are weather emergency days. So many schools have adopted them. Hi, Pam.
Welcome,
But
Pam.
the district didn't have a one-to-one initiative even for secondary students. And so we had never implemented an e-learning plan. This year, of course, with COVID, schools are given the latitude of conducting some days via distance learning if there are emergency situations, but that authority will expire at the end of this year. And so the administrative team has been thinking about adopting our own e-learning plan so that we can implement that next year. So again, instead of closing school due to weather, we could call up to 5 e-learning days per year, and then the kids learn from home, and then we don't lose that instructional time. So I will say that the legislature is reviewing a lot of the e-learning legislation, and so a lot of this might change between now and September 1st, but we thought we'd at least get the ball rolling. So really today's, I just wanted to present a super rough first draft. And so that's what I included as an attachment. Jen Grove is going to be leading the effort administratively to set up the actual plan. We took most of our guidelines based on Northfield's model. Their superintendent shared it with us, but we've made some adjustments even in this first draft, and more changes will be coming. And so really, if you want to discuss it now, we certainly can, so I can give feedback to Jen, or we can let Jen work with the administrators and come back with a second draft for review. Or I could just quickly summarize it, so at least everyone is kind of familiar with it.
Do you have a visual of it, Karsten?
There's no visual, it's just the attachment that was included in the board packet or in the committee packet. But how about if I just review it real quickly?
Sounds good.
So what happens is that to call an e-learning day, school districts must have a plan reviewed with the teachers in the school district, and it has to be done before the beginning of the school year. On a particular e-learning day, if one is called, we have to give at least a 2-hour notice to families so that they can, prepare for the day. So that's one of the current legislative requirements. We need to figure out how we're going to deal with student attendance and grading. And so that'll be hashed out with administrators and teachers. For grades K through 4 or even K through 6, we will need to decide if we want to do all of the work on computers or if we would rather have the kids with some learning cards or other similar activities at home. And so I haven't spoken directly with all the administrators yet about what they prefer. There are some advantages to having learning cards instead of the technology, because then we don't have to rely on the kids taking back and forth computer devices every day. So there's a huge advantage because of that. Most of our kids now are pretty proficient with using computers for distance learning, but it's the taking it back, every day that could be a problem. And then what do we do for kids who don't have their computer that day, or they don't have internet connection, that kind of stuff. And so that'll be the one of the things that administrators and teachers will review. Northfield and Lake City both use these activity matrices or learning cards. And so, kids would hopefully have them at home at the beginning of the year. And then administrators would email the parents on the day of an e-learning day, so that for sure everyone has copies of these learning cards. And then the students would be responsible for completing some of the tasks on those learning cards. Could be something like bingo game, or it could be where you list these 5 to 10 activities, and then students are expected to do it. The teachers do need to be available during the day to answer questions and to provide support for the kids as they do that kind of work. That's what Northfield and Lake City do. And obviously we'd want our teachers to develop those learning cards because we want it to be relevant and worthwhile. My guess is that administrators will ask students in grades 7 through 12 to take their Chromebooks home with them on a nightly basis, so that they always have access to those Chromebooks if there is a weather emergency. Teachers would need to post activities and or assignments on Google Classroom by a specified time. And once again, the teachers may provide live or recorded instruction on those days. I mentioned earlier that staff members would have to be available. The teachers, would have to be available online via email or Google Meets, and then by telephone, so that there's always that access during the day. Doesn't have to be every minute of the day, but there has to be specified times. We would also provide special education services, I'm sure in a similar way that St. Paul is doing, or Red Wing this year. So that part would still stay in place. One thing that might be a little bit different for Red Wing is that we'd like to have our classroom assistants, our general classroom assistants, as well as special ed assistants also participate on learning days, which is great for them because they'd still get paid. And then it's obviously great for the teachers and students, because then students get some additional support on those days. So we're hoping we can make that a win-win-win, for everyone. But that's just a really rough sketch of, like I said, a very rough draft of the e-learning plan. I wanted to present it to you, and then we'll probably bring it up on a monthly basis until we are ready to submit it to the board for approval.
Can I ask a question, Karsten? I know it's probably more into the weeds than we need to get to right now, but where do those learning cards come from? Are those something that our teachers come up with, or is that something that we purchase?
I think most of the schools that I've talked to have had their teachers develop the learning cards themselves. And so there might be 5 learning cards per grade, one for each potential e-learning day during the year. And so the teachers would develop them in conjunction with the administrators, and then the students would be provided those cards before e-learning days occur, or actually on the e-learning day, so that they know exactly what they need to do. But there are all sorts of ways to do this, and I'm sure there's some people who have developed good commercial products that we could use in lieu of the cards or in addition to them.
One other question, Karsten. Would there ever be a circumstance where we would not use the e-learning day, where everyone would just would have the day off?
I think so.
Okay.
Later in the agenda today, there's a section about employee reporting responsibilities, and that's kind of the document that would demonstrate if we're going to use an e-learning day or if we're just going to completely close. And I'll give you one example. If there is just a terrible snowstorm, maybe cable is out or internet is out, and we can't even get our teachers the ability to come into the school to teach on that day. I mean, there could be some reasons where we would just say, we're done. We're going to close for the day without an e-learning day.
How many of those can we have in a year? Like, is there a statute on that?
Currently, the legislation says we can have up to 5 e-learning days, but I know that the legislature is going to be reviewing the particular aspects of e-learning this legislative session, so that may or may not change. It'd be really nice from my perspective to have up to 10. Just a few years ago, we had 11 school closures. And so, those districts would have burned through the 5 and then still had school closure days. So we'll see what the legislature decides. There'll be other changes too, I'm sure, in the law.
Sounds good. Thank you for all of that update. I am very sorry for being tardy on our meeting this day. I was stuck on a call at work, so my apologies. Are
No
we
problem.
done with the e-learning plan? Ready to move on?
I think for now, but if any of you or anybody listening has a question or a suggestion, they can email Jen Grove, because she's going to be the administrative rep sort of overseeing the work.
That's awesome. And the intent is to have it ready to go by this fall?
Definitely. We have to have it ready before the first day of school. Otherwise, we can't use e-learning days during the year. So that's our plan. If we want buy-in from the teachers and obviously the school board. It's sort of a group decision, but that's what we're hoping to do.
Awesome. Good. And tying into employee reporting procedures during emergencies.
Yeah, this document has gone through several changes with time, year after year, but it essentially describes who reports to work under which circumstances. And to make things, we think, more fair, about 8-9 years ago, we distinguish between normal closures and critical closures. I often regret pushing that because it really complicated things. Pam is laughing because we have this discussion every year. I was really confident walking into this year, and then of course we had COVID, so that threw everything up for grabs. I didn't update it earlier because I kind of wanted to go through some of the COVID changes and see what we could do with distance learning. And we didn't get guidance from the state until late November. Or no, actually it was late October as far as what we could do with weather during distance learning and some of the other things going on. So we got that guidance. I waited, and we actually used a similar document with the distance learning day that we had not too long ago. So, and it worked better than I thought. And so that information's memorialized in this. I will tell you though, one thing, that I still need additional feedback from our food service workers and from support personnel before it's really ready to go to the school board. But we have a good working document that we can use until it gets approved by the board. So the chart here shows, the first few columns show distance learning or school closures. And so you see what we're planning to do if there's emergency distance learning due to weather this school year. And this is essentially what we did in January when we had that one bad weather day. And then we have, well, what do we do if there's a normal closure? And what do we do with a critical closure? So critical closure would be, that really treacherous situation when it's decided that no one should drive to school, or very few people should drive to school, the kids and adults. It's just a situation where we don't want people to be driving for safety reasons. Normal closure is something that we could trust our adults to drive into work, but we don't want buses or high school kids driving into school. So, and I don't have real definitive criteria for distinguishing between normal and critical closures. It's kind of a gut call, actually. But for many years, we set these situations up so that if people did have to report to work, then they would get time off on a later day, just to be fair, because some people wouldn't have to work but still get paid, that kind of thing. And so that's, I think it was a year ago when we really changed the document. So if people are required to report to work, like during a critical closure, they would get paid 2 times their hourly rate of pay, just to reflect that they had to come in during a really challenging time, whereas others didn't. And so that's why you see the comments in several places about people getting paid 2 times their hourly rate of pay. It was a strategy to try to make it more fair. Every year there are different circumstances that come up, and so we try to make adjustments as we go. It's not perfect, but I think we made some pretty good progress in this area. So I don't know if you guys have any questions about the chart. If not, what I can do is double check with food service, support personnel, and just make sure that we're all on the same page, because they usually will have some suggestions on what we could consider doing differently. And then sometimes negotiations impacted, because some groups like this information in their contract, whereas others just rely on the district to approve updates. So
Yeah,
Jennifer,
especially as we're negotiating with the cooks right now, I think it's really important to talk with them, especially, well, both of those groups, but right now with the custodian, and the custodians, because those two groups are out right now. So
right.
with negotiations. So yeah, I think
Right.
that's wise.
Jennifer, you probably haven't seen this chart before. Do you have any questions about it offhand, or?
I do not.
Okay.
No. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll hear questions or comments as we go through the winter months this year and next year. And so if you have questions about why in the world would we do a certain kind of closure, or who has to report, feel free to look at the chart, but also feel free to contact me.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Great.
Next agenda item, human resource update.
Yeah, Amy French is on the line, and so she has just a few things to cover with you.
Hi, everybody. I'm just going to go quick touch base on the TOC report for December that's in your packet. One thing I kind of want to point out, that report, when you think about it, is a couple months old now. We all know things are changing on a dime. The report is just in there for some history. For the December report, one of the things that we tweaked for 2021 was we got rid of the 10 just standing openings, which was throwing our percentages off. Once we did that, we've seen a better fill rate, even in January. I prefer to look at the daily report than the month or month and a half old monthly report. For instance, last week, our fill rate was up over 80%, 84% one day. Today, we're down to 68.4. So I don't know what that's being attributed to. I'm guessing it's COVID numbers. But we had 12 unfilled absences today. So if you're just looking at a snapshot of today, we had 12 unfilled and we had 26 filled. So overall, we're still hanging in there. One of our absences that's counted on here as unfilled is a recent perm sub that's now an absence. So we had a perm sub at Sunnyside that decided the position was not good for this individual. So we're currently sourcing to replace that. I know there's been some buzz about adding additional subs just to cover the para-professional absences that we're seeing. The good news is we've hired 4 gen ed paras and 4 sped paras, and the applications are still coming in. Our Indeed advertisement, if you will, is generating some buzz. So that's good. We've had about 15 people reach out just through Indeed. And we recently filled our Cobble opening that we had posted. So that one recently closed. So if you know of anybody looking to be a long-term sub or just help us out, I do kind of want to throw this out there a little bit. There are so many people in this community that have been asking, how can I help? And we've been reaching out to each one of them. perfect example. So my husband just retired in September. He is a pheasant hunter in the winter and a golfer the rest of the year. Well, these 3 months of the year, he doesn't have a whole lot to do. So guess who recruited him to be a playground monitor to fill an absence at Jefferson? So, every little bit, and his first question was, is it going to interfere with golf? No, we can work around that. So there's a lot of opportunities for people that just have a few days or a few weeks of availability or something very part-time if they want to step up and help. Those are the people that we need just to fill those temporary positions, whether it's an accommodation, a long-term absence due to a FMLA leave, the daily absences. So there's opportunities for everybody to kind of step in and help. So please continue to put that out there to the community when you're having those conversations with people. That would be appreciated. And by the way, he's got a whistle and he's having a little bit of fun playing with the K6 kids at Jefferson. So who knew he was a fraud investigator? Now he's playground monitor. So yeah.
That's so awesome, Amy. One quick question. I know that the school district has put out on the Facebook page and other social media about our need for those para-professional. Do you ever ask, how did you hear about this job? Or I'm just curious about if that social media ask was responded to, if it's effective or not.
It is on the application, so we can look at that. I still see a lot of word of mouth, or it's a Facebook post, or now it's Indeed. Those tend to be the 3 top reasons people do hear about the positions. So we're staying focused on those, but it is on the application and they have the option to fill. That's not mandatory, but they have the option to complete that part so that we know.
And Karsten, would it be appropriate during your administrative reports to just, this is the first time I've heard, oh, we could use, just part-time, temporary fill-in positions. I know that there are so many people who are watching our school board meetings now because it's a live feed right on YouTube. So, there's 50, 60 we've had up to 300 people watching our school board meetings. So, that's a really great way to start getting the word out. So I don't know if that's something that, you could add in your administrative reports, is we still have need for, or here's something new. How about a playground monitor? All you need is, 3 hours a day for 6 weeks. Because I do think you're right, Amy. People, if you put the word out there, people are willing to help and step up. It's just a matter of how do you get that word out?
I think people, when we did do some job offers, we had lots of interest in the applicant pool, but people were looking for full-time versus 6 hours a day, for instance. They weren't willing to leave what they had or still needed the 40 hours a week. So we did get some people turning us down for the job offers. I think our best bet to keep these absences filled is targeting the people like my husband who just has a little bit of time, wants to help out. The process through TOC is fairly straightforward and we can expedite if I know about it. So it could take as little as a couple days, 3 days maybe. So it isn't going to be you let me know today and you can help out tomorrow. There's a little more legwork than that. And you do need to be a little bit computer savvy to navigate the process or know somebody that can help you. But I know there's an untapped group of people out there that this would be perfect, a situation like this where they could just help out 1 day a week when they see an opening. He's actually thinking of continuing even after golf starts, because he can work it around, when you're retired, you have that flexibility. He can work it around the other things that he likes to do. So there's opportunity for people. It's just navigating, getting through TOC and navigating the site. All the admin, I'm still learning TOC, so I'm happy to help people, but TOC has been really good to help us train people on how to use it. And they also recently did a frontline upgrade over the holiday break. So we're all learning to kind of navigate the new system, if you will. So
Amy,
we'll help each other through it. Yes.
You mentioned earlier that today there were 12 unfilled absences. So we had 12 positions not filled. And then we have how many permanent subs now?
We have 6 permanent subs right now, 7 with the opening that we have. So 6 still on board and they're sourcing. We have a new person who's going to be filling a long-term position at Jefferson. So TOC is working with that teacher. We've had some people move to the area that are looking to get involved in the school district. So of those 12, we should probably discount it. I'm not going to say discount, but of those 12, not all of them, one of them was a vacancy, just a true vacancy that we have open that we're still trying to fill for a SPED. And we have some people in the pipe ready to go. We're just waiting for their first start date. They've done all the onboarding. We just need to get them in there, and then some of those vacancies will disappear. So that's today. We had 12 with the 1 vacancy for SPED, and then the perm sub that was not filled by anybody. So 10.
Okay.
10 employees absent.
But then 6 of those were filled by permanent subs, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
So that would be 4 true openings, if you will.
So the thinking from the administrative team is that because we're in-person and or hybrid learning, that we'd like the authority to hire up to an additional 2 to 4 more permanent subs for the remainder of the school year if needed. So if there are additional days like today, then we would definitely pursue the additional permanent subs. If things get back down to how they were some other days last week, then maybe it wouldn't be needed. But that's the recommendation coming from the administrative team. And again, it's to fill those spots, those teacher spots, the classroom assistant spots that we have to fill. Is that fair to say, Amy?
Yeah, I would say
Okay.
at least 2 in the immediate near future. If we could get going, get approval to get going on those so that maybe we can have them in the building in a week or 10 days.
And
Again,
where's that?
maybe, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Amy. Go ahead. I was just
Oh,
going to ask where the money's coming from.
Jackie?
Yeah, the permanent subs would likely be paid for out of the federal funding that we're getting because of COVID. But I can say that the problem is that we have a lot of expenses coming from those funds. And so it concerns us as far as the budget for this year and quite frankly into next year. The problem though is that if we aren't able to fund, or if we aren't able to find enough substitutes, then then eventually the model falls apart. And that's the weakest part in this whole thing is that, we need adult bodies to supervise kids. We can't just get by for a week without somebody supervising recess or a teacher in the classroom. So Jackie, do you have a broader response than what I just shared?
No, we're still waiting on the federal money that was approved back in December. We're still waiting on guidance for that and exact amounts of allocation. So yes, we expect we'll be able to use that to fund some of our expenses here this spring, but we haven't been given the final go ahead to start spending yet. So that's where we are right now.
Is all that money allocated?
It depends on what our plans are to carry it into next fiscal year, because the spending guidance I've seen, we can spend it up through September of 22. So we'd have to look at what we want to allocate to this spring and what we want to allocate to future.
Well, and we've
Then-
had a sub issue for a long time, so this would help ease that burden quite a bit. I'm just, I know we need this, and I'm always for hiring more people to meet the needs of the students. I just want to make sure that, I know what the financial forecast is on our budget, so I just want to be mindful that we are being mindful, like being very good stewards of this money that we're receiving, knowing that we're going to probably have to cut. Well, we know we have to cut. So, I'm leery about hiring when we know we got to cut, but also we need to meet the needs. So it's kind of a double-edged sword here. There's no easy answers.
Yeah, and that's one reason why this would only be for the remainder of this school year, the permanent sub program. I think depending on how the vaccine turns out, federal money and some other factors, for next year, then we would review how much we're paying permanent subs, how many we need, those kinds of things. This is truly a kind of a stopgap measure to get us through this school year.
Jackie, do we have a dollar amount on what that would be for the next couple of months to get us through this hump? Do you have any idea?
On what we need?
How much these permanent, or these temporary permanent subs, how much the temporary permanent subs for the remainder of the school year, how much that would cost?
It would cost us, I would have to go out and count how many school days we have left in the school year, but it's about, looking at $254 a day per sub per day.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so it'd be probably somewhere between or about $60,000. Now, the recommendation, if this committee agrees to it, would not be presented for another 2 weeks. So, we'd have time to think about it and make sure that we need the additional permanent subs for the remainder of the year.
Well, and I think what I'd like to, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we'd have time for that money to come in, hopefully, too, the amount from the government.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we can make any recommendations.
And time to see what our subs look like, see what remains unfilled over the next couple of weeks. Because I agree with what Pam said. I think this is important to do this so that we can keep the kids in school and not have to go to distance learning.
Right.
So yeah, I'm for.
If by the time we bring this to the full board, I'd really like to see a dollar amount attached to this. So, the full board knows that, 2 to 4 more permanent subs, that sounds really great, but I really want a dollar amount attached to that. And it doesn't have to be a fixed number. I realize that it could be a range, depending on who is hired and for how long and what day they're really actually hired. That's going to depend on how much they're paid. But, if you could give us a closer estimate, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, that won't be a problem at all. We just have to count up how many days and then make some assumptions if we need 2, 3, or 4.
Perfect.
Now, the other parts to this HR update, I can cover, Amy, but we've been fortunate so far because we have not had a large number of teachers or support personnel use their personal leave this year. And so that will be another major strain on the subpool because I'm sure that more and more teachers and support personnel will start using their personal leave so they don't lose it going into next year. The contracts are different for every employee group as far as what happens to unused vacation and personal leave. They can, for these two groups, they can carry over so many days of unused personal leave. But then if they want to carry more than that, then they lose it. So the one possibility, and maybe we could have negotiations consider this, but to incent people not to use personal leave this year when it's so strained, we could increase the amount of reimbursement for unused personal leave this year. Now it's relatively easy to do that for our support personnel, but it's a little trickier to do that for teachers because by state law, we cannot reopen negotiations during the contractual term. So if there's interest by either this group or the negotiations group, then I'd work with our attorney to see how it can be worded into next year's contract. So, but I wanted to float the idea by this group before I approached the teachers or support personnel to see what they think about the idea. Oh, and by the way, for the teachers, for unused personal leave, right now they get $125 per day, which I think is very low. If it was up to me, I would, at least for this one time, I would increase it to $200 per day because that's how much our permanent subs are getting. Just once again, to incent people not to use their personal leave.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can see that there's going to be a whole lot of people putting in their times to not lose it. So, and there's not a way that we can do a one-time MOU for all of our groups because of COVID. Is there any sort of wiggle room there?
Yeah, we can do an MOU with one or more groups. Whatever would be the easiest way to do it. But with the teachers, we have some. We have to contend with complying with state law. So, we'd have to handle them a little bit differently.
Well, I definitely think it's worthy of exploring a little bit more because we don't want to have that backlog. And you're right. I mean, if we're paying a sub $200, there's no reason to not give the teachers the $200. So this is a work in progress. And I just want to make sure we've got 3 more things on our agenda before we leave here in 20 minutes. So any last things on this piece?
What I'll do is I'll work with those two groups, but I'll explain to them that, we have to put a cost to it and, there's no guarantee that the board would approve it, but I'll get their feedback and develop an MOU and then we can take it to the board, hopefully in February or early March. But I'll make it very clear that we just had very preliminary discussions with this committee.
That sounds good. Thank you. Do you want to keep going with the organizational chart then?
Oh, one other thing, and about in the HR, we had talked with actually, it was Brent Lexfold who brought it up to our attention about increasing the uniform allowance for our food service workers this year, just as a one-time deal, because they're serving meals outside on some days. And so I was all excited. I started typing up an MOU to propose to this group. And then I realized, wait a second, we have dozens of paraprofessionals who are outside supervising recess or before school and after school, crosswalking duty. We have custodians who might deserve some additional money too for winter clothing. And so I haven't pursued it yet. But I wanted you to know that it has been brought up and that we are intrigued by the idea, but we just aren't ready yet to make a recommendation because I think it would grow into some additional groups. So I don't know if you have any initial thoughts or if you want us to kind of investigate a little bit more. I'm assuming that we'd look at it a little bit more and just see the total financial costs and who might qualify and see if we should pursue that.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a really good plan. Holly, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I'd like Yes, I like the investigating part because yes and yes. Lots of people are outside.
Mhm.
People who aren't normally outside, that's a big thing, but
Right.
lots of people are outside. So,
Okay.
yep, that
So
could
we'll
look-
keep looking at it.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you. Organizational chart.
Yeah, this one should be relatively straightforward. It essentially just outlines, well, anyone in the rectangular box reports to me, and then the people under those rectangular boxes obviously report to those people. And so this is a more visual representation of what our current org chart looks like. In the past, I had this very convoluted, hard to read document. I'm not saying this is easy to read, but it's at least a little bit better to understand. There is one change I need to make, and that has to do with classroom assistance. I believe in most of the elementary schools, they report through a student support coordinator or assistant principal and not directly to the principal. So I would change that before presenting it to the board.
And so one of the things that I was going to bring up with our meeting tomorrow, Karsten, is one of my, the MSBA things that I went to last week, the workshops, talked about superintendent succession. And I know part of our reasoning for the organizational chart, of course, we need to know who reports to who, but the other piece to this, and maybe it would make sense to work through this committee, is to talk about and develop a policy on succession plans. Because what if something happens to you tomorrow? Who's in charge and what's that licensure look like? And the recommendation is that that is reviewed once a year with all staff so that it's completely, fully transparent. I know that's not what we're talking about today, but I think that needs to get on our agenda here, at least at this, to start here in this committee about succession planning. And I can, anyway, that's all I'll say about that now, but keep that on the radar.
And then if I could respond before Holly asks a question, we do have that section in the employee handbook already. And so what I can do at the next meeting is just kind of highlight that for you. But if you want to look at it between now and then, just go to the district website, find that employee handbook, and then there's a chart on what happens if I'm gone for, well, what happens if any administrator's gone for like a day, who covers for that person? But then there's a more thorough description about what happens if I'm out with COVID for 3 months. Then it talks about what we would do in the meantime. So I think that's already included in the handbook, but we can certainly kind of review it more formally with this group.
That would be wonderful. Go ahead, Holly.
Yeah, we have had conversations about who's in charge if in the past, but your formal language of succession plan, the policy of is good. So I like it that you brought it up that way. But Karsten, under Director of Teaching and Learning, is that intentionally left blank? Or did you just not put anything there yet?
Yeah, right now with our current structure, if there isn't anyone listed under a particular position, then no one officially reports to that person. So with the Director of Teaching and Learning, Jess doesn't formally supervise anyone. She gives work direction to all sorts of people, but doesn't officially supervise anyone.
Okay, so the organizational chart is twofold: who they supervise and then work responsibilities? Or is this just for who they supervise?
It's largely based on who they supervise, but for example, I'll give you an example with Jess's position. She supervises the PLC, or the professional learning community process. And so she gives work direction to all sorts of people with that. But, she doesn't supervise, anyone in particular, or any regular employee.
So could we have two versions of this, the supervision chart and then the actual job responsibilities chart?
I think the job responsibilities would best come through the position descriptions, because that would give more detailed information about what each person does.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'd just be taking that information and putting it in a chart form, and I think it'd be really, really lengthy.
Okay. I was just curious.
hmm So I'll just make the one change as far as the classroom assistants reporting through the assistant principals or the student support coordinators at the elementary level.
And then are we bringing this to the board then for
Yeah,
approval?
we'll take it for on February 16th. I'll take it to the board for approval.
Okay.
And then that's just attached to the employee handbook. And so, you know, in a normal year, you know, we'll have the employee handbook along with the employee reporting responsibilities and the org chart, and we just do it all as one handbook in the summer. But this year we got the handbook out right away, and then these other two documents are just coming later.
Is there a reason why the ice rink attendance, I mean, if the director of buildings and grounds is in charge of the arena, why would they be in charge of the people that work there?
That is a good question. I'm not sure if Dawn Wettern is still on the call. I think she is. Yeah, Dawn,
That's
could you answer that question?
Yeah, that's part of the joint powers agreement, and the rink attendants are the outdoor rinks. And so we have people outdoors, so that's part of joint powers.
Oh, so that doesn't
and
have
the-
anything to do with our arena.
Well, we hire them and we supervise them. And the rink attendants, also the arena falls under community ed. It also falls under the umbrella of community education. So that's twofold.
But the
Okay.
rink attendants are all outside, right, Dawn?
Yes, the outdoor ice rink attendants, correct. And I directly supervise them, part of this joint powers agreement, but Red Wing Public School hires those individuals and they're on our payroll.
Okay.
If you scroll down a little bit under the buildings grounds director and then buildings grounds administrator, you'll see groundskeepers / arena workers, and that is for the workers in our ice arena.
Thank you.
Right, correct, yeah.
That the ice attendants just blared out at me. Probably because it's bigger font. All right, we better move along because we've got 10 minutes left and still more to go on our agenda. Strength and conditioning coach, Mr. Hartman.
Good afternoon, everybody. I will save the welcomes to our new committee members because we are short on time here. But this was a draft form that I'm proposing here today, maybe for some discussion, and be happy to take any questions on it. I can say that when I worked here as a coach and a teacher and now in this position, I have felt that we have been behind for a number of years in terms of our overall strength and conditioning programs. As a result of that, we have kids because they want to find it, right? So they're going to go to the Y, they're going to go to Anytime Fitness, they're going to go to outside programs. And so really what we've been trying to do over the last 18 months is develop a unified strength and conditioning program that all of our teams use as well, hopefully soon, as well as all of our FIED classes use. And so we have been in that process since last year. Obviously, it looks a little bit different here with COVID now, but I don't know if you had time to read through the entire proposal. I'm not going to read it verbatim, but essentially for the last number of decades, I can remember when I was in high school here too, we had a weight room supervisor, and they would work an hour or two in the afternoon. They would sit in the weight room. Sometimes they would work out. Sometimes they would grade papers. Sometimes they were just there as a mentor for students. Where now we are moving towards, we have hired somebody with pretty high qualifications, and I'm hoping to establish not only this person, but going forward, a strength and conditioning coach. The current stipend there is listed on the first page of the proposal for what is termed in Appendix B of the teacher agreement as a weight room supervisor. And then, as you can see, sort of in the third paragraph there, we have transitioned to a program called Train Heroic, which is partially funded by the Booster Club. Essentially, every athlete that we have, we encourage to get this app on their phone, and we are moving towards this in our FIED classes as well. So huge thanks to the Booster Club for helping to fund this year. Essentially, it tracks them from the time they start in our program from 7th grade, hopefully all the way through their senior year. There's some diet stuff in there. It looks at their growth etc. So huge thanks to the Booster Club for that. And then I just outlined some of the hours that our current strength and conditioning coach works. As you can see from the time spent there, if any of you've ever coached before, this person is working much more like a coach than he is as a supervisor. He programs workouts for all of our teams, whether that be the 9th grade basketball team or the girls swimming program. He's programming workouts for all of them, in addition to working with our FIAD teachers in the weight room for our weight room classes, as well as other strength and conditioning aspects to our program. So if you've not been down in the weight room in a while, I know it was closed off for a while, but we were very fortunate to put some money in from the district, and it's looking really good. And we're just hoping to continue to move this program forward because our kids, I think, really relish it. Our coaches see a lot of value in having one person as the go-to for their workouts. And it's been a really good fit, and we're working towards this as we speak. It looks a little bit different now, obviously, with COVID. But my proposal here would be to pay this person, whether it's this person would rehire it out and repost it at the lowest level head coach for that given season. And you can see the overall cost increase from what the stipend currently is and what I'm hoping it could be. His degrees and certifications are listed there. Certainly, I don't expect me to speak and then you all three say yes and we move on today. That's certainly not the intent, but just to have this ongoing conversation, because we are not, we're behind in this area. There's a number of schools that hire this out, and I would like to see our athletes, our student activity members continue to move forward, as well as our FIAD students, health and human performance students as well. So I spoke quickly, realizing the time frame, but I'd be happy to take any questions.
Holly, is that a new hand up?
Yep, that's a new hand. Thank you, Paul. Is someone currently doing this right now
Yes. Yep.
without getting paid?
Well, they're getting paid. They're getting paid by the supervisory role.
Okay, so you're wanting to make it a more formal
Yes.
weight room official role.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
He is working in that capacity right now. He's just, under the auspices of the contract as the weight room supervisor.
Okay.
Yeah. And this person is
second-
also currently working in the high school as a para as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do they need custodial support on the weekend? Do we have custodians on the weekend?
We do on Saturdays typically. And then if it's getting rented out, which Don can attest, it's getting rented out a lot on the weekends now. We have custodians that work on Sundays as well.
So that wouldn't be an additional cost?
No, our coaches, our athletes, and Coach Kim is here. Take care of a lot of those. I know they clean it in the evenings, the floors, but in terms of the equipment, that's being done by our athletes and by our coaches.
Okay, that's all my question was. Thanks.
Okay.
Jennifer, do you have any thoughts on this?
Paul, is this something that you have gone to the Booster Club with before, or something similar to this?
That was for the summer programming. Jen.
Okay.
So that
Okay.
was run through community ed as a way to lower the cost for our students, where this position here would be school year only. And then that
Okay.
summer programming, he would act sort of as an independent contractor like all of our coaches do in the summertime.
Okay. Overall, I like the idea of this, but I'm just a little uncomfortable with it right now with the cuts that need to be made and discussing the subbing, for the classroom. I just think that's a higher priority at this point in my mind. I realize the cost difference is huge here in terms of this is not as much as, we're talking with the subs. So I understand that, but I appreciate
Hi, Jim. How are you today?
coming up with
Good.
this
How are
idea.
you? Can't complain. Not with weather like this in
Is
February.
it something that we can just look at doing as a pilot program for the spring and just do the extra
Yeah, this
cost in
weekend.
the spring, Carson, and see how it
Enjoy it while you
goes
can,
and
right?
how receptive
What's that?
the students
Enjoy
are?
it
I
while you
already know
can.
I've got 3 athletes who are in there
Well, it's kind of
3
nice.
days a week,
January's
and I
such a
know that it's
long
being
month.
utilized already.
And,
The other thing
It's
is,
kinda
I
nice
think
not
it's
to have
really
that
important to keep our
frigid cold that
athletes
we've had so
in
many
our
years in the
district
past.
instead of going to Ethos or the Y where they're
Well,
trying to
concur to
figure things
that.
out on their own. Because the positive is with a weightlifting coach, you're learning proper techniques so that you're safe and you don't injure
Is
yourself.
there information on
And
the
importance of
Burnside parking
weightlifting is
lot
so
at
that
all?
our athletes are strong.
No, he just asked me to give you an
in all
update of kind of where we're at on it, because it's,
sports, and
Perfect.
then
I
that
didn't see
also
one, but I didn't know,
lessens
didn't know if
the
one changed, so.
amount
it's
of
basic.
injuries
Of
that our
all
students
practical
have,
purposes, it's
or
done, so.
potentially. So I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can just do something. I mean, I know that he's working a lot, and I don't like to hire somebody and then try and pay them on the opposite end, after the fact. But I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can ease into it a little bit more and see how it goes with the spring. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Well, and to answer your first question, Pam, is, we can, the board can do whatever it wants.
Hello,
in
everyone.
terms of if you want to try it as a
Hello, man. How are
pilot
ya?
project or
I'm doing
wait
well.
on
How are
it
you?
or jump in. With these kinds of positions, they're always at will. And so we can, we can add the positions or take them out at any time. And, we can hire people and let them go too. So we have a lot of flexibility in terms of what we want
Thanks for
to
forwarding that.
do. And I think
Justin
Paul's
Allen. I'll
purpose
give him
today
a
was
call
to
tomorrow
present
and-
the idea to the committee. I
got
don't think we're
several
looking
questions for
for
him now.
necessarily a
Perfect.
hard recommendation tonight. We just wanted to share the thinking that he's been working on for some time.
Yeah, especially when we want to upgrade
Well,
in
and I
any
know all the
system now, he
coaches are
says there's
listed in
going to
the
be
teacher
a change.
contract there in that appendix that
If
Paul
we have-
referred to. Is there a
Arlen.
way maybe by the
Hi,
time we
Arlen.
get together again?
Yeah, the camera
maybe,
licensing piece is the
send
biggest thing
out
for me.
a list of all of those
Okay.
coaches in that appendix, because maybe there are, those are things that are budgeted,
That
but
key
maybe we're
behind
not
you there, is that for
utilizing all of
yourself?
them right now.
There, Alan?
So that this
Is the-
cost can be absorbed,
Yeah.
as a
For
cost
yourself, Dora?
neutral way to be able to pass
That is
this.
for
I mean, 'cause I
myself.
certainly,
That's
Paul,
the
agree with you.
only
I
key
see
she
huge
gives me.
potential here, and I think this is a really crucial piece to.
Well, I got it
building
hanging on the
up
wall. If I
our,
lose that, I'll never get back in.
athletes.
hard to
But
fit in
not
a
only
pocket.
that, I mean, there's this weight program is open to all of our students. Is that correct, Paul? So
Yeah,
it wouldn't just be
absolutely.
our athletes, it'd be open to the whole student body. So, I
Right.
see this as a really
you.
great thing. I just, and you and I talked about this too, Paul, figuring out a way that it can be cost neutral. I don't know if some other sport could have just a part-time assistant coach, or something that is just a little bit more palliatable to the whole rest of the board. But I'm open to figuring it out and making it work. I just, let's hear some options.
I had my little hand raised really quick. How many kids are utilizing the weight room currently, Paul, on an average?
Well, again, COVID times are a little bit different, right?
Yeah.
So as part of the Booster Club app on Train Heroic, we have over 250 athletes on the Train Heroic app right now, which is the most we've ever had. Now, are those students working out 3 to 4 days a week on that app? I'd have to look at the numbers
Hello,
from our
Mr.
coach to
Palmatier.
find that out. But I can tell you
Hi,
that.
Kevin. How are you?
we did a
Long
huge
time no
push for
see,
that in
man.
Fall and winter, and they're using a lot more than
You were just lucky, I guess.
than they have in the past. And so our goal is to, and we have to track them.
World's been
Obviously, we have to
treating
take
you well?
attendance. We can only have 15 in there at a time, and so there's all
It
those
has, I can't complain.
concerns as well. But the goal is to keep this thing moving
Hello,
forward.
Chris.
I see it as a little bit on the flip side to the mental health and the social emotional health for kids. That exercise
We'll give them another
in
minute
reality
here.
is the number one thing you can do to boost your endorphins and your positive feelings and your serotonin. So
That
if
your
there's
dog,
somebody
Alan?
there supporting them and it's a consistent figure and it's not necessarily the assistant football
muted.
coach who's there on
You're muted,
Mondays and then the volleyball coach who's there on Thursdays.
It is
you
our
know, you'll
dog.
pull in
and I
different
just
groups of
got
kids, but if
home,
it's the same
I've been
person,
home a little bit,
given the
but she
high
was doing
fives and the way
piano
it
lessons,
goes
so
and
she
the
just come up and
consistent
said hi.
message, I'm all for it.
We had a, I
So
want you
that's
to
kind
know
of where my head's at.
we
If
have
can
had
get
more
kids
animals
engaged
show up
in
on
school
classes
and
than you would
actively,
believe. Kids
I'm all
just
for
love
it.
to show their cats. We actually had one the
I
other,
agree
this is a few
100%
weeks
with
ago,
that statement.
Kim
Howard.
Mann's class, and there was a
All
group,
right.
they started showing
We
their
gotta move
animals
on 'cause it's
We had a student
4:46 and
walk
we've got
out
people needing to be at
to
another
the
meeting.
farmyard
Thanks, Paul.
to show their goat.
Real
They
quick,
were looking at
Kristen,
their
anything
goat.
we need to do
It
about
just,
this
it
receptionist
just kept going
position?
and going and going. So Who
Jackie
knew?
can give a real
knew?
brief description of the
Them
changes.
They're getting infatuated.
The
They're like,
changes in the
wow,
position
I've never,
description
you know,
did not
they don't get
change
out
the
on them
banding for the
farms.
position,
Well,
so there won't be a
These are
good.
cost difference.
now we got
But
cats.
Jackie will just briefly cover the change in
wait a few minutes before-
responsibilities
give 'em a few
and
more
who
minutes
we
to
want to hire for that
Right.
Join
position.
us.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
So,
So in 2016, or earlier, when Ann Hoffman retired, she was the full-time Buildings and Grounds and Technology Secretary, and we had a district office administrative assistant at the time. Since Ann retired, we've tried combining the district office or the Buildings, Grounds and Technology administrative assistant with different positions. We've tried it with accounts payable, and our most recent iteration was with the district office receptionist position. It seemed to work well there, with Lisa taking on some more of the higher level duties that person had, and then this person, Brianna Snyder, was the last person in this role, did all the administrative assistant pieces for the Buildings, Grounds, Technology department, and was also our district office receptionist, or, you know, that first face you see when you come in. Brianna has resigned, and since we think these two positions fit well together, we decided we didn't need two separate job descriptions anymore. And so we married the two job descriptions in this current district office receptionist
we'll give 'em
position
2 more minutes. We'll go to
description,
4:50.
but
They're not
also
here, and then we'll
added
begin,
not
so
only
it'll be another meeting.
this person supporting the Buildings, Grounds and Technology departments, but
jokes you
also
wanna say?
providing
No.
some
Clean ones.
additional
Jim,
admin
for
support
whatever
others in the
reason,
district office
The
as
people at the
needed.
personnel
So,
committee can hear us. That's
For
what-
like,
so I'm not
the
sure why,
biggest
so maybe
example
we
of
should
this
just
would
stay
be at this
muted
time of year,
until
we're sending out tax
Karsten
forms
shows
like
up.
crazy.
I
So
don't
this
know why
person
that
could
is the case,
then,
but
you
Jen
know,
just
stuff
shared that with me.
W-2s and envelopes and get
I've
them
heard
mailed for
that
us.
they can,
As an
I think I
example
did
of
before,
administrative
one time
support
meeting
they're
carried on.
providing
I could
not
hear
just
them
to the
too,
Buildings,
they could
Grounds
hear
and
it. So-
Technology
But
department.
we're gonna begin at 4:50 either way, so.
so
we'll
that
mute till
was-
then. Thank you.
That was the idea, was instead of this person having two position descriptions, we'd marry the two into this one job description. And we have hired Lynn Nibby to fill it.
So she's going to be, so you've hired her? Because I know she was there on a temporary
She's been
basis.
our long-term sub, yes, and her first official day was today as a Red Wing Public Schools employee.
Okay, all right. So you just wanted to give, this is more FYI.
This is more of an FYI in case we get questions on why all of a sudden we don't have a Buildings, Grounds and Technology assistant.
Same.
So it's the same number of hours, the same hourly rate of pay, the same range, those kinds of things. Just the
Okay.
some of the job responsibilities changed, right, Jackie?
Correct.
Good. Holly, is that a new hand? No. Okay. All right. So thank you for the FYI. Any other quick things you need to talk about today? I know you're 4 minutes late for your next meeting. Nothing?
Thank you very much. We'll add,
All right.
we'll post the next month's agenda fairly soon.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks,
All right.
everyone. See you
Thank
soon.
Bye.
you. Good night.
Bye.
I mean, goodbye.
Okay, well, let's begin. We got a few items to discuss here, and they can mute us or whatever, so. And they'll join us when they can. So, first thing is, parking lot, Burnside parking lot, Kevin?
Sure. Karsten just asked to give the committee an update on the parking lot that we did last summer. Really went very well. We got a nice project out of it. Luckily, we went so smoothly, we didn't have to touch much of our contingency, which I'll go over in a second here. Plus, we're able to do a little bit extra concrete work that was cracked that we found due to a few changes that we made, such as the exit going out of Burnside. We made it a little bit narrower to foster it be more of an exit only instead of, we had a lot of problem with cars coming the wrong way and we're worried about accidents. So we narrowed that up and we put a little bit less bituminous at the entryway and put more grass in. So really the only thing we have left are a few punch list items. We're holding roughly let's see, we're holding $40,000 on their contract yet, $40,632 to be exact. It's a little over their retainage, but we're holding it to keep their feet to the fire so they'll finish it in the spring. Final cost is going to be $479,994, and the budget that we had back in October was $531,065. So luckily we were not, like I said, we didn't have to touch most of our contingency. We had a contingency of 59, and we're going to be 51,071 under budget. So that's good news when you don't have to touch your contingency. It's a really good product. So that's really where we're at with the Burnside parking lot, unless there's any questions on it.
Jennifer, do you have any question? I know you kind of just caught up to speed here on something that we started last summer, working on improving the Burnside parking lot area there. What those funds again? LC, what are they called again, Kevin?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The funds that you use?
Oh, I'm sorry. They're long-term LTFM, long-term facility maintenance funds that we used. Yes. So the 51 that we won't need to use here basically stays in that fund. You can carry those over from year to year. It's not something you lose if you don't spend it. So it's a lot nicer than the way it used to be.
Okay.
I don't have any questions, Jim. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Hello, Kirsten, Jackie, Kirsten, Jennifer, hello.
Hello there.
Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to something I'm sure that's near and dear to Arlen's heart. We've had conversations in the past about this possible playground at Bluff Middle School.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Carson had asked me to present some preliminary information, and it really is preliminary, but I'm kind of amazed at how quickly people were able to pull together estimates and bids, just at least to start the conversation here. So there's kind of two things that we've been considering. First off, we know that when the decision was made for Twin Bluff to be a K-6 building, we're not built for kindergarten. We're not built for lower elementary kids. We're built for middle school. We have pools, tracks, things like that. So we knew that we were going to need to do something. So Alan and I, as we talked about it, we thought that there are kind of two things. There's a short term. We have a shorter term plan. And this is something that Aaron Augustine, who used to be with Live Healthy Red Wing, proposed this to have something that's called a net. So again, I'm going to start with the short term first. A natural play area. And it's something that uses real trees to create spaces for creative play, tree cookies, log hurdles, sitting stumps, balance beams. This was initially, support was provided from funders at the University of Minnesota. And initially the funds were granted to the city of Red Wing, but Aaron thought that maybe perhaps they could be shifted here to put together one of these natural playgrounds. And that would be put in the green space east of Twin Bluff between the drive and the parking lot. Aaron Augustine would continue to work on Red Wing Public Schools with the project. She contacted me Friday of last week. So anything that I have right now is very preliminary. Installation, she thought could be done in the late spring. We kind of even started looking at potential locations. Up on top would be much better because behind the school, it's pretty swampy in the spring, so it would be a better place for it. So that's the short term. Any questions that you have about that? And Karsten, you didn't know I was going to talk about this, but as I said, people have been contacting me left and right about these things.
Yeah, and that's one reason why it was good to have it announced at a board meeting and some other publicity. And just for the board members, again, the thinking here is just a real preliminary review. After we get some guidance from you, we can come back to the next meeting with maps, with options and costs that are detailed out. So this is kind of a preliminary review.
Jennifer, you got a question?
Yeah, Christopher, you mean short term as in it will quickly be able to be installed? Is that what you mean by short term, but it would it would stay there for several years,
yeah.
Correct? Okay,
Yep.
Because this sounds like a great idea for fifth, sixth, seventh graders too, if we transition back to that or whatever it happens to be for middle school. It sounds like something that they would enjoy on top of the younger kids in the next couple of years. So I think that's a great idea.
Go on, Chris.
Okay, so the long term then, of course, and if I'm going to take over your screen, I'm just going to show you what the they provided us with a mock-up. It's basically the same structure as the one at Sunnyside. So I'm going to show that picture to you first, and then I'm going to kind of go through some of the preliminary details. So let me take over here. Okay, see if this. Okay, I am going to. Are you able to see it right now?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this is what they initially put together for me. And as I said, according to Weber Designs out of Hastings, this is all in effect the same structure that they have at Sunnyside. This would be put out the space right in front of Twin Bluff School so that the community could use it as well. Tentatively, the installation could be in the fall of 2021. The initial quote for it was $154,000, but like Karsten said, that's for everything above the ground. Alan, if you would, first off, board members, do you have any questions about this structure as it is? Because then I'm going to remove the picture and have Alan talk about preparation.
I don't know about the rest of you. I don't have any picture. I just got some writing.
Oh.
Yeah, there's no picture here.
Oh. Well, I wish I knew more about technology.
Right now, it's showing other funding sources and next at the bottom of a page.
Okay.
Yeah, raise it up a little bit, maybe, and it might be.
Gosh.
On top.
Yeah, it looked like it was at the bottom of the page, Chris. Can you scroll up at all?
Nothing? I am so sorry.
Chris, I believe it was the actual picture of the Sunnyside playground, wasn't it? The layout of theirs, just to give us a brief glimpse at what we could look at.
Well, I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to do.
That's what it was. And I would have to go back and look at it because I had it too. But I don't know. Does anybody want us to find that and send it to them, or?
Well, I can certainly do that. I have no issue sending it to the board members. And as a matter of fact, when I get off this call here, I will send it to the operations committee. I'm just trying to figure out how to get it onto the here. Okay.
I think we're all, if you can't, Chris, I think we're all kind of familiar with the Sunnyside playground there. It's very nice, handicap accessible and such.
Okay.
Right. And just because it came so fast and we're moving kind of quickly, we thought it would be comparable to just use that one as we move forward. We can change the layout of the playground, but that would be just a comprehensive view of typically what that one looks like. I'll talk a little bit, and Kevin can chime in a little bit because he really was the one, too, that was involved in the Sunnyside playground. So as we look at 150 being set aside for the top half, I would agree that that is a pretty good number as far as the top half. When we talk about the funding for the ground preparation or the landscape, that's where we kind of get into some different areas. We really worked with the city to help us fund that preparation. We had, I believe, and Kevin can quote me if I'm wrong, but a year and a half in advance notice that they would be working on that with us. So if we move forward into the 2021 and asking them, we have not even put this out to them yet as if we could get help. But some of the things they did were certainly the drainage work that needed to be done. And one thing we could do there with the proposal of putting it out front is we could have the drainage work being done into that holding pond that's out front there. That holding pond goes then into the storm sewer system. So that would probably save a little bit of money there by going into the pond first. And then they did all the concrete work. And when you talk about concrete work on the size of that playground, that's a pretty good size number with the concrete prices. So,
and they did the engineering for it.
Yeah, and they did the engineering for it. So, I certainly think it's something we can reach out to them about. Timeline, I don't know how that would go with, trying to kind of act so quickly on this. One thing I did mention to Chris as far as the natural and something maybe we could do now is when we first started talking about this, we had the tree company remove some trees there at Twin Bluff from the storm damage, and we knew we were maybe talking about this. So we had the guy cutting the trees cut some of the bigger branches into stepping stones, or Chris, what did you call them?
Tree cookies is what they call them.
Tree cookies. So we do have them on hand, and I thought that would be something that you could put out 20 of them for like a cookie course or something of that nature. And also maybe reaching out and seeing if we could get a 10-foot, 2-foot diameter log and cut it in half and just lay the halves down as a balance beam. The other cool thing in the natural playgrounds is a hollow log that they can crawl through and stuff. That would be something, that we would have to purchase, but it's a cheap, cost-effective way to get something started for now.
Go ahead.
I did send all you, should be in your email, what the mock-up looks like of the bigger play area out in front of the school. And again, that was another thing that, when I first got to this position too, we had even talked about putting something behind the school. However, community education uses that a lot. I mean, those spaces on a Saturday. So they thought that the space was not big enough, but then we started to look around, and right in front of the school would certainly make it a more of a community-like playground to it. Wouldn't just be used exclusively for kids at Twin Bluff. Questions about that structure, perhaps? Because I have just a few more things to share, and then I'll be done.
Why don't you finish them up and we'll just ask you as you go.
Okay. I know that, for Twin Bluff too, I mean, we're going to do an Apex fundraiser this spring. And I've been told by our fundraiser person that it always goes much better when you have a specific thing in mind for it. I really don't know how much that we would be able to raise. However, it would be an opportunity for us to talk about it with the community and have the students here have a stake in raising funds for that playground. Jane Boating and I had also talked about perhaps business and corporate sponsorships, perhaps 3M, Red Wing Shoe, and then there's also potential for grants from the school foundation and perhaps the Joneses. Based on, how we go right here, we would need to form a committee. Obviously, we need to probably get a little bit more specific as to where they would be, because that site preparation is, as Alan alluded to, is a pretty big deal. As far as, can you put it here, what's underneath that place? And then, generate community support and perhaps some donations for it too. So that's my my preliminary information on a playground at Twin Bluff.
Kevin or Alan, got anything else to add before we ask questions?
The only thing, Kevin, maybe I could think, and I suppose you guys might want a number on maybe what site ground preparation might look like. Depending on the size of it, I would think you'd be safe if you were half and half with site preparation if you had somebody do it all, compared to the estimated cost of the playground itself. Would you say that's a fair assessment, Kevin?
That's pretty close. If you figure 50% surfacing, 50% playground, you're in the ballpark. One of the wild cards is until we do some soil testing in the area you're going to put the new playground, we won't exactly know what soil amendments we need to make or how in depth the drainage has to be, because the most important thing with a poured surface playground is the drainage under it. Poor drainage under it, it will not last very long.
Jennifer, Arlen, have any questions?
Yeah, can long-term facility maintenance money be used on this?
No, because it's new.
That's what I thought, but I thought I'd ask. The other part is, Jim alluded to that, this is subject of mine. One of the ideas I had the Jefferson School been sold, is that we appropriate some of the money from the sale of Jefferson towards playground at Twin Bluff, and that was not way before going the K6 model, but there is definitely a need, I think, to have playground equipment at Twin Bluff, regardless of how we go forward in the future. And I also feel that it should be a community project. We have the land, and I think you come out with the plan, you put it firm, this is what we want to do. I think the people will be there to help out. In a great deal of the way. That's just my thought. The concern we would have about a community project is the proximity to the park that's up a couple blocks away. I'm not sure what is that called. I want to call it Pineview, but I don't think that's right.
Burton, it's the Burton Street Park area, they call it.
Yeah. And then certainly there was a lot of people that stepped up to help us on the Sunnyside project, and we're only about 8 or 10 blocks away from it. But boy, with the traffic that goes by here and everything else, I think it would be just a valuable asset to the entire community, not just the school. Thank you.
Jennifer, any questions?
I don't have any questions. I agree with what Arlen said. I think it would be a great project for the community and much needed for the kids. So I love both the short-term and the long-term ideas, and I think it's good to just get as much information as we can right now moving forward, so we can figure out what to propose to raise money for it.
Yeah, and I like the idea about partnering with the city of Red Wing. You got an apartment building right across the street there. You have residential area, Pioneer. You have people over, which should be over towards South Oaks area. You got Pepper Woods, bike right away. They probably have some there, but this would be, I think I agree with everybody said that nice fit for that area of the town plus the school. But as we did with Sunnyside, was a community effort, a lot of spearheading and fundraising and cooperation with our partners in the city of Red Wing. And those things got to be looked at too, especially with everything else going on. And I think there's some conversations with somebody that's pretty good at fundraising, and I think Karsten had that, probably shared that with you, Chris, and that's probably who you were talking about. But I think we need to, we just need to get a team together to want to promote, fundraise, drive this thing forward, and see where the city's involvement is. I would hope that they would want to be as excited as we are about this project.
I think, Jim, too, you're right there. I think the sooner we can get the city on board and let them know kind of our plans, I think the better. If we were doing something in the spring, I don't think that we'd have a chance. So I think being that if we do something in the summer, I think, and we get to work with them on it, I think that will help help us out.
Mm-hmm. Just a lot of things to go on. A lot of work to do between now and just even say May, because you're 1st of February. So, Arlen?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate. I think it's a lot easier to raise money and get buy-in from people if you have a clear-cut vision, this is what we want to do. So if you put that whole vision of this is what we want to do, this is where we want to put it, this is how much we know it's going to cost at this point, this is the unknown costs, it's a lot easier to solicit buy-in and funding when you have a clear product rather than say, we want to put playground equipment in here, how much can you give us? It's not the same as saying, this is what we want to put in here, and it will benefit all these people. That's where the fundraising and getting the people to come together will really make it go, if it's going to.
Yep. Need anything more from the committee there, Chris, Alan, and Kevin?
Just waiting for next steps here as far as, you know, what we do based on so I'm assuming that as operations committee, more information needed. Is that kind of where we are? Because again, I'm certainly interested, and like I'd said, you know, since we started to think about this, I've been contacted by probably half a dozen people. You might want to do this, you might want to do that. So, and that's good. I'm saying that very very positive in that too. So I guess I'm just waiting for next steps here.
Well, I think the committee is totally on board with it, and about getting the fundraising started. You got to get the city of Red Wing involved, and the clear direction of what you want, what it looks like as you head, and then the borings that Kevin talked about, whether or not those all fall in whatever order. But obviously you can't do borings in February and March probably. But as you go forward, but having the city buy-in, getting a group of people that you talk to, form this group, because I know Sunnyside had some teachers and members of the community step up and do a number of different things, and I think that's what we'll probably be looking at, mimicking or copying, so to speak, as to what they did.
And then Jim, I'm assuming that we'll add it to subsequent operations committee agendas just for updates. And we'll, this is a real short turnaround time, so next time we'll be able to put a map up so we can all see exactly where it's at and, you know, some examples. So, but Chris, I want to thank, Chris and Alan and everybody else involved, thank you for taking this on. I know it's an ambitious project, but I think we have a shot at it. And Arlen, I appreciate you bringing this up years ago, because it's always been in the back of our minds when you first brought it up.
Yeah. And I think you're absolutely right, everybody. You didn't know what steps to take on it, what the enthusiasm is, and it's there. So we expect more as to what in the short time you've heard things. We'll expect more in the next month as we go forward. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Sunnyside Wall.
Yeah. Sunnyside Wall, it's one of the referendum projects. Our engineer was hopeful that we could, he wanted to try just insulating the wall first. I should tell you what the problem is, I guess, to start with. The problem with the wall next to the freezer, when they put it in, they did not put a thermal barrier into the concrete around the cement floor of the freezer itself. So over the years, the wall between the office, if you will, kitchen office, and the freezer itself would sweat, and you get just the right conditions. And if we didn't stay right on top of it, it was where you could build mold on the surface of the wall. So we were constantly cleaning the wall and sanitizing it to make sure it always stayed clean. And obviously that's not good for sheetrock. It's very hard on it. So what he had us try to do during the referendum, rather than do the full repair, he thought we might be able to get away with just insulating the wall. We spray foamed the wall between the freezer and the kitchen itself. It did help, but it did not solve the problem of the bottom, maybe 3 feet of the wall. And we did find it is indeed coming from the slab underneath. The cold radiates out up the wall, and obviously in the warm weather in the summer, it sweats. So what this project would do, let me throw it up here quick. So you can clear your screen. See if it's gonna let me show me the right one. It's not gonna show me the right one. I'm doing as good as you did, Chris. Getting closer. There we go. Okay, you can see that now. I just threw up there what the bid. It's also in the notes, so you have a copy of it. But I just thought for those watching via the computer, we did have 2 bids for this project. It is part of our referendum funds. Like we said, instead of doing the whole thing, we're trying to do it insulating. That part alone didn't do it, so this will finish the project. The 2 bids we got, Metcon Construction out of Faribault was $42,900. Red Wing Construction, $30,696, for a total project of $41,383. And as I put in my notes, that is under what our original budget was by quite a bit. So we're recommending to move, like I said, this was part of the referendum project. So that's what the funds would come from. It's also a project that the board approved when we did our capital and health and safety last summer. So I'm recommending that we move forward with Red Wing Construction this summer for a bid of $30,696. Answer any questions you might have about the project.
Any questions?
Yeah, so what are you looking for from the committee here? A recommendation to go to the board to approve this?
Yeah, I was just looking for I always do it more for transparency. I just like to make sure everybody's in the loop what we're doing and why we're doing it. Like I said, it's already been approved at the board level. I just, as Karsten does, we just like to bring it to the operations and the board so you know what's happening and just give us a thumbs up that you agree and let's move forward.
Well, if it's informational, that's one thing. If it's approval, then we're a committee that, in my opinion, is here to do the legwork for the full board and make recommendations for the full board. So if there's a recommendation, my feeling is we should make a recommendation to the board to approve it. If it's just informational, then it should be fine.
What would you like?
Go ahead and do them.
There is a recommendation on the request there to recommend accepting the bid. So I think we will be recommending this. And just 2 comments, 1 question and 1 comment. The contingency is up to that amount, not necessarily it's going to be that amount. And secondly, I always like to see a local contractor get in the mix of bidding. And in this case was the lowest bidder. I like that idea. I like that fact that we have a local contractor interested, competitive bid. So,
yeah, they're good. They're a good local contractor. Yes, you are correct, Jim. That is there in case we need it. It was kind of like the parking lot. We didn't need to use most of it, but especially on a small project like this, it wouldn't take a whole lot to bump it up 6,000. So,
Karsten.
Kevin, I'm assuming that we could wait until February 16th to formally approve the bid.
That would be fine because if this committee approved it, I can just let Chris over at Red Wing Construction know the formality would be at the next board meeting. Then, yeah.
Sounds good. That's what I'm assuming we'll do as long as the committee's okay with that.
Committee good? I'm seeing nods. I'm not hearing anything, so I'm seeing nods. So we'll go with nods.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing that forward. And yeah, let Mr. Handy know that we'll going forward. So.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Let's see. Well, it's good to see one company is busy out of Owatonna. They're too busy to bid, so that was good on that. At least they're busy. So we don't need to do anything more on the letter of recommendation other than that's there for our FYI, correct?
Correct, yes.
Anything else before the committee today?
You know, Kevin, could you give an update on the HBC lease?
Oh, sure. I just looked at it this morning. We had our attorney review the changes to the lease for the tower on our land and all the fiber that we have to make sure we have free use of that fiber basically in perpetuity. And the attorney had some legalese, red line stuff that he did for us. It essentially did not change the contract at all. It was just a little bit of verbiage. And then the other piece that he wanted to see was a list of where the fiber went, how many strands, and a map, which we were already working on with HBC to get that. So I think we're in pretty good shape. It's just a matter of putting all the pieces together now and bringing it back to this committee.
Good.
I could update Jennifer if you like. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but basically HBC has, for all practical purposes, donated most of the fiber we have between our schools over the years. And we just want to make sure we have in writing that we have rights to use it basically forever, so that 10 years down the road, we don't get surprised by a huge bill or have to put millions into a fiber infrastructure is what it would cost, several million.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Anybody have anything else? Any questions for Kevin or anything else to bring before the committee?
If I might add here for Jennifer's reference here, I'm the one that's been raising the issue because the tower lease is for $1 a year. Plus the right to hang a repeater on the tower for our two-way radio system. And it's got a cost of living built into that $1 a year also. But I've maintained, Kevin said, well, we're doing this because we have all these other things in play with Hiawatha Broadband. I said, well, if it's there, it should be all spelled out in the lease. I don't know what that tower should rent, the space for that tower should lease for, but thousands of dollars a year, in my opinion, not $1 a year. So if we're going to go and follow the route that because we've gotten these other things in exchange, then that makes memorialize it all in a contract because the lease is up for renewal. So that's why it's coming up right now.
Okay. Thanks, Arlen. It's a good idea.
Anything else? Everybody just on the mute except me, so. Hearing none, we'll just adjourn the meeting because committee meeting, and we gotta get ready for a 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, excuse me, school board meeting. So, all right, thanks everybody.
Sounds good.
See y'all later.
Thanks, everybody.
Hi, Anna. How are you?
Hello. Good. How are you?
I'm great. Tell me about your background. Is that a
Oh, it's just a tapestry sheet
Oh,
thing
it's so
because
pretty.
this is my art room. So I have like all these bins of art supplies and fabric that
Yeah.
just cover them up.
Well, I've been admiring your tapestry there
Oh,
every meeting so far, so I had to say something. It's beautiful.
thanks.
I just have to turn on a light.
I have to hide.
Mr. Derricks?
Here.
And chair is here. We are, all board members are present this evening. We'll go ahead and stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. It's great to see you all, and I want Anna to share our mission statement this evening.
The mission of the Red Wing Public Schools is to educate and inspire all students as they realize their full potential and become respectful, responsible, and productive citizens.
Thank you. Thank you for reading that. It's always an important way to start our meeting and set our tone. So thank you. I love starting that way. You will see the agenda in our packet. It is reordered slightly. It's meant to help our listeners, the public, so that we can get to the heart of the matter right away, which is the return to school plan. It was Mr. Bryan's idea to place that up on our agenda here so that those who are listening would be able to have that addressed right away. And I'll just remind you, if you are not speaking, to mute yourself, that'd be great. Arlen is in the queue.
Thank you. I would like to see us reorder this agenda when we got reports and committee notes happening after a lot of our other business decisions. I have some items that I think should be brought up prior to our discussion on those items. I was hoping we could put it somewhere after public comment. I know you put it back later. Return to school plan, I don't care. It could be after that, but I think it should be before any business items.
So you want to move all of the updates before the consent agenda? Am I understanding that, Arlen?
I'm asking that we put the reports committee notes back up closer to where they were before. I think it should be done before business items because some of the committee reports I think are relative prior to making the business decisions.
So after public comment, before business items.
That's what I would ask for, but
okay. Any other changes on the agenda? So I'm looking for, oh, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve putting it, Arlen's request for this meeting above the consent agenda and after the return to school plan.
I'll second that.
After the return to school. Okay. I got you. Right before, well, I think Arlen was asking for after public comment before business items.
yeah, I did, but I guess my main thing is I'm all right if it goes other, but communications is usually a category by itself. I'm okay with it where Jim's putting it, so.
All right, sounds good. I will add it to the business items on after the return to school plan. All right.
Pam, can you just clarify for the notes what exactly is moving? Just the school board reports?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Would we like administrative reports before that as well? Arlen, what do you think?
I think it should be. I'm not concerned about it, but all of a sudden you're picking apart all kinds of stuff, so.
Can we just switch numbers 4 and 3?
You could, but Jim's motion is
I think people are
after the return to school plan. I don't remember if he had a second.
I'll just add that the return to school plan for some time that was pushed way towards the end. And so people listening want to have it sooner up. other boards that I've been on over time, a lot of time the committee reports are at the end, but I understand that this is new, so let's try it with what the motion is today, unless the motion doesn't pass.
So the motion on the table is to move the committee updates before, sorry. I apologize, I'm just looking on my computer here. Before the return to school plan. No. Consent agenda.
Madam Chair, it's before the consent agenda and after their school plan, the motion is on the table.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'm sorry, Nikki has gotten kicked out, so we're trying to get her back in here, so I'm a little bit scattered right now. All right. We need the motion on the table is made by Jim, seconded by Holly to move the committee updates as stated before the consent agenda. No. Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. Ms. Tower.
Yes.
Ms. Tiff.
Aye.
Oh, aye. Like, did you? Yeah.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So the agenda is amended. All right, thank you. The first item up on our agenda is the educational plan. So I'll just call your attention to that. Number 2.1, recognitions and upcoming events. 2.2, anybody have anything they'd like to share?
Karsten, is this where I would speak? I'm not sure. I thought it was at the end.
Nikki, are you talking about possible topics to discuss at a later meeting?
Is that it? I don't know.
Yep.
I'm a
Yep.
first timer here, so I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if that's the case, then you'd wait until
Wait
the
to the
very
end.
last.
Okay,
Correct.
so I'm sorry. I reserve my topic.
Oh, yeah,
All
no
right.
problem.
Thanks. Jennifer.
I just wanted to mention that I saw that it's School Counselors Week, and our school counselors are working really hard right now with COVID and everything that's going on. And so I just want to thank them for everything that they're doing at all of our schools for all of the students. It's a lot of extra work right now, so thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any other recognitions or upcoming events? Arlen?
Yeah, I just want to mention that we've concluded the MSBA conference over the last 3 weeks, I believe it was. I found some very good things that took place in there. I saw some of our other board members there. One of the things I really enjoyed was a meet and greet, which was at the very tail end of the last day. I met some people. It was very interesting how it was done, but from Rochester, Pine Island, and so I don't know if anybody else was in on that, but it was really, I want to recognize the MSBA for at least putting on a real good program under this type of situation without being able to meet in person. So, and it was very informative.
I agree. Thank you. It was a really good conference, and we'll look forward to hopefully being in person next year. Any other recognitions or upcoming events? All right, the next item on our agenda is public comment. I have not received any public comment. Karsten, have you?
I did not receive any.
Okay, so now we will go to our committee updates. So we will, public comment, return to school plan. Totally throwing me off, I apologize.
We do have Shonda Jorgensen available to answer some questions that one of the board members had before the meeting. So she will tune in here. Included with the board packet would be the county COVID rates, other COVID data that was just updated today after a meeting with the county. And then we'll also talk about issues related to the school return plan. Shonda can review the information about vaccinations of staff members, testing of staff members, and remote learning for selected classrooms. So Shonda, if you could jump in and hopefully you have the email with the questions that one of the board members.
Yep, I do.
Okay.
Can you see me?
We can.
Okay, I can't see myself, so I was like, where'd I go? Okay, so the question that was brought up, the first one was how many staff vaccinations we have gotten and how many are expected to come up. So the first week we received 8 from the state, and the next week we received 24. And then just Sunday night, we got an email Friday afternoon from the state saying they're no longer going to allocate us, say, okay, you have this many, pick your people. They are now saying, have your people email us or sign up with us, and we'll kind of take over that situation. So, and as far as who's getting them and when they're getting them, we've only given out the 32 from the state, and we got, guidance basically from the Minnesota Department of Health on how to prioritize the different, staff. And this staff also includes bus drivers, outside staff that work for us, any contracted people like that. And they said that you need to prioritize in-person hybriding learning models, which we're all in. And that would be elementary staff providing school-aged care, early learning staff, and special education staff providing direct services. So we looked at that as if we looked at people who are in the same classroom with the same group of people every day. We looked at people who are in that situation, but also are working with a population that can't social distance or can't wear masks. And then we kind of went, okay, of those staff, we started looking at age and any accommodations that they might have. Do they have any health concerns? Are they not even working because they can't be around COVID, that kind of thing. And so it's not an easy process. So we got at least 32 people out to the state. And now that the state is asking for everyone's information, they can kind of do it that way. I don't know how the state is going to do it. I don't know if it's a first come, first serve, if it's a lottery, or what kind of information they're collecting from everyone. I think right now they're just trying to understand how many people they're going to have to end up vaccinating. Are there any questions on vaccines? No? Okay. And then the next question was, can you let us know the process that is used in determining who quarantines when a case is reported? So when we find out a case is positive, most likely we find out from the positive person. There have been a few times where the state will contact us and say, hey, you have a positive person. We'll go and find out, okay, they were positive. They started having symptoms on a Friday. And so we have to go back 2 days from the onset of symptoms to consider their infectious period. They're considered infectious 2 days before that. So we go, okay, they were here Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. What classroom were they in? What grade were they in? We talk to the teachers. We say, who else was in your class? That kind of thing. And so it starts with a positive. And if they're old enough to kind of tell us how their day went, we'll talk to them. And then we just expand from there. And so we get information from that person. Then we call everyone that said that they were in that classroom or could have potentially been a close contact and say, do you think you were a close contact? So it's a long process. The elementary classes, there is a stipulation by the Minnesota Department of Health that says if you spend most of the day in the same room with someone who is positive with COVID, then most likely you will have to quarantine the entire class. And so that's why we saw kind of a spat there of whole classes going out. But they're spending, 6-7 hours a day together. They're in the same room. They may be social distant. They may be wearing their masks, but they're still in that same room together. And we're trying to be as safe as possible with this. And so that's why we're quarantining classes. Are there any questions on that? Okay. I'm here all night, so ask if you got questions.
Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Sandra. I'm just kind of looking at the COVID information that's sent out every week or so, over a 2-week period. I went all the way down to the bottom earlier today, and all that. It's kind of reassuring. If you haven't looked at that, back Thanksgiving, that 10 weeks ago, something like that, all 87 counties had 50 or more of their population, or in that number, 50% or more. 10 weeks later, 19 only. So we're making steps. We're taking, the things are happening that are dropping that number of COVID and people getting it are shown by this information that is dropping. So that's encouraging at all, very encouraging. And as you look at our numbers, there's Goodhue County and all that, they're dropping too. So that's reassuring, especially with the vaccine and all that. And as we're going forward, I'm just gonna kind of keep watching this one too, because we have 87 counties in the state. Like I said, all 87 10 to 8 weeks ago, and now we're down to 19. So it's encouraging. A lot of work by a lot of people. I'll leave my comments about how much the state on the vaccines and how they do it with people. All the costs that they're probably incurred by picking out a few people, like 8 in Red Wing, there's 4 in Zumbrota School. I mean, the resources spent just on that. Well, that's beside the point. We didn't come to listen to that. So, but anyway, thank you for the nice news, the good news, the good information. It's always beneficial, and people listening will certainly, I hope, will see it as a step in the right direction. So, thank you.
Do we have other comments on the back to school plan in general, or questions for Shonda?
Say, Pam, since there aren't any questions, if I could just add that over the next couple of weeks, the administrative team will at least be looking at options for possibly returning more students back to school. That doesn't mean that'll be the recommendation, but we want to look at it diligently over the next couple of weeks. And so we will give an update as far as planning and possible recommendations at our next meeting.
I'm happy to hear you say that, Carson, because I think that we need to be ready with a plan for when our numbers are down far enough that we can accept students back. I don't think that's the time to plan, is when the numbers go down. I think we need to have a plan, and then when the numbers go down, we can implement it. So we need to get our students back to school as soon as possible in a safe manner. And I know that there's so many families and students that need to get back to school. And it would also be really great to get our seniors back so that they could end their high school career at our building. So I'm hopeful that we can at least trend towards that. Jennifer.
Are there currently high need at-risk students at the high school 4 days a week? I know there was talk about possibly bringing back some additional students. I'm just wondering if that has happened or not.
I believe in some cases, there are some students who are here 4 days a week. They are generally ones who would have an individualized education program on file. There may be some other exceptions as well. But yes, the short answer is yes, there are some.
Any other questions on our back to school plan? All right, now I think we're ready to move on our agenda with committee updates. All right, so we'll start with operations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We met tonight real quickly. A couple of things. The Burnside project, parking lot project, came under actual costs or under budget by $50,000, which is good news for the, I'm going to butcher these letters, LCFM, I think it is, the money we get from the state for projects in our district, current project, not new. The other one was reaching out to looking at a playground at Twin Bluff Middle School that with the arrangement of the students at middle school. That is something that we've looked at sometime down the road. I know Arlen first got on the board. He was brought the idea up or renewed the idea. Mr. Palmetier is received no less than 6 calls or 6 contacts from people interested in helping getting going on looking at some type of a playground for the area of our city and our school district there. We went back. Hopefully, the city of Red Wing can they can contact them, have a look at a partnership there, since it'll benefit the residents at the apartment building across the street and the neighborhood around there. So we'll continue to update it. In the next meeting, we'll meet again the first Monday of March, which is the 1st. They'll bring back some ideas. There's some other costs, other things related to this. It has to be a big community effort and get a solid plan in place. But the idea is going forward. We are looking at community involvement, fundraising, donations, and that to look at, see if we can actually put a playground in that area, Twin Bluff and Pioneer Road area. So, Arlen or Jennifer have anything further to add on that? Feel free. So, other than that, more to come down the road.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan.
Just the cost on this, the above ground costs right now, if we were to duplicate something similar to Sunnyside, was around $151,000 to do that. There could be, when you build a playground, it could be 50-50 costs above ground and below ground. So without doing soil borings and other stuff, it's not really known how much it's going to cost for the groundwork. But the tentative vision is something similar to what Sunnyside School has, if they can put it together.
Well, that's exciting moving forward. So that's great news. Thank you. Legislative and policy, any updates from that committee?
We will be meeting in 2 weeks.
All right. And finance, any updates from you, Holly?
Yes, there were lots of things going on in finance this last Monday in January. So many things that we tabled the discussion until the end of February so that we could bring information back to the board for the first meeting in March. But a couple of the big things is we have to reduce the budget. And we have options on how much we want to try to reduce. The recommendation is what's called scenario 2, reducing 2.2 million in our budget. That would put us back on track with the referendum spending plan. And at the end of fiscal year 22, the fund balance would be 2.8 million. If we keep on the same trajectory that we are on right now, spending the amount of money we are, at the end of 2022, we'd have $465,000. So we have to do some significant things in our budgeting and make some hard decisions. And I don't know what that looks like, but we will come back with some ideas for the board to go over beginning of March, because it could look at staff reductions. It could look at, consolidating things. But it's really kind of scary to think about when you work at your bare minimums like we do in a lot of areas, to have to cut. But we need to be prepared for it. The other thing is our enrollment is declining, and it has declined significantly this year. Whether or not we'll be able to get those students back next year is the $1 million question. What will attract them back? With the charter school potentially opening in one fiscal year, we are looking at having to get very creative and finding a way to meet a variety of needs of students that we maybe haven't done in the past, but that's not a bad thing. Improving and enhancing is always a good thing. So we have a couple big things facing us as the board, and we're going to have to look at it very carefully. And I know you're all aware that we have to cut things in the budget. We've been talking about it. We do have a couple chunks of money coming from the state. One chunk of money we got last fall, and we used that to pay for distance teachers K through 4. But we did not use that to pay for any distance teachers past 4th grade. So that's one of the reasons there's such a disparity there, is that those 8 teachers were paid with that money. We're getting that money again. We just don't know how much, and we don't know when. So there was some early talk in the personnel committee meeting about substitutes and how do we pay for, what do we need, different things like that. We'll have better number answers hopefully by the end of February. Jackie did a fantastic job of getting this all prepared. And so she's hoping, like Karsten, that we will have some more financial specific money by the end of the month, so we know what numbers we're playing with. And Jim, we miss Nikki there. We're updating her as we go, but Jim, what else did you, what did you want to add?
I thought, Madam Chair, you did, as the Finance Committee, you did a fine job of the synopsis of it. It was quite a lengthy conversation. It was my longest Finance Committee meeting ever. But it was well needed because of the scenarios and the ramifications that were presented that night for us for review only at this point. But we're going to come back, like Chair said there, that later this month and go over it again to bring it to the full board in March. So.
Yes, so I think the one shining star, of course, was our food budget. And I don't know how to use the technical term for that, but some of the work that Brent has done with the food service staff and some of the meals, and that has gone splendidly well. So that's one area that we're not struggling in. Doesn't mean we can buy pencils with that money, but it does mean that that's one area we've been extremely solid in and very fortunate that we've had such a great team working in that capacity. And whether or not the state's going to recoup, the budgets that have had to be spent down in community ed and different things like that, time will tell. So, Karsten, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think that was well done. The big unknown, in addition to exact allocations from the state, would be any federal stimulus money that may or may not be approved in February or March by the federal government. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there.
Well, and is it true, Holly, that part of our issue, budgets all across Minnesota are suffering, but it's a combination of having to spend extra money to meet COVID needs or needs through COVID, but also the loss of revenue. We've got students leaving, and we have to hire more teachers, and cost of everything is going up. And so, and we've dug into our fund balance, which is our rainy day fund, which was the right thing to do, but we don't want it to go to zero. We don't want it to go to 420,000. We need to make sure that we've got a good rainy day fund there for another rainy day. So it was appropriate to use some of those rainy day funds because COVID is a rainy day, but now we need to build that back up. And in order to do that, we need to tighten our belts quite a bit, it sounds like.
Yeah, we have 4 scenarios, well, 5 actually, that Jackie shared with us, and her recommendation was scenario 2. So if you get a chance to look at the document, it's pretty self-explanatory, but it all moves into how we would do the referendum coming up, and looking in that capacity. And if we had to do a referendum, those are always big questions, and that's been used a lot in the community. We need you to do this because you want us to vote for the referendum. We need you to do this because you want us to vote for the referendum. So, there's a lot of needs to be met. And I don't know, like I said, I don't know what the creativity is that's going to come out in the next couple months of where we have to cut and consolidate and improve. But I have some strong faith that some people will be able to put some things together that will give the board a good chance to look at what we need to do going forward.
Thank you, Holly. Me too.
It's a big task.
I know, right? And then personnel met just earlier today.
Hey, I have my name in the queue.
I'm sorry,
for-
Arlen.
I had my name in the queue for Finance Committee. I got a couple questions after reading the notes. One is the bank RFP. So I'm a little confused here. When did we authorize the committee to make decisions? Shouldn't that have been a recommendation to the board?
Say more.
I don't know, two people at a committee meeting could decide that we're gonna do a bank RFP.
That was a proposal. Karsten, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, it was a discussion that was brought up during the committee. And so the feeling of the committee members was that we should do that on a more regular basis than what we've done in the past. So you're right, Arlen, it did not go to the full school board to actually authorize the RFPs.
Yeah, I find that to be a little alarming because committees are here to advise the board with a recommendation, and that procedure is not followed. And I think it probably is time. I'm not going to make any more on it, but I think once they come in, unless something changes or the board wants to, I think that's a board decision to decide who is selected in the end. Second item I have here is credit card limits. Am I reading this correct? That you're recommending to, or you are recommending, or you decided that the credit card limits is going to be reviewed by the finance committee now? Is that right?
Arlen, I wanted to answer your other question about the bank proposals. No decision is going to be made about which bank we're going to go to until that comes to the board. All of those proposals that are being sent out are going to be looked at by the finance committee and then brought to the board. So that wasn't a decision that we're going to unilaterally make without the board's input. And the credit cards, the feeling behind bringing those to the board every year to review, nobody was clear on why they have been brought to the board. And so in the experience of the finance person, they don't bring these things to the board on other boards in other school districts. It's kind of an in-house financial piece. So we decided to keep it there.
Okay, so that's decided now, is that right? Or is
That's what the finance committee. Yep.
I'm going to go back to January 4th minutes and the directive that was given to the finance committee as soon as I find it here. Motion made by Tower and seconded by Bryant to approve the list of corporate credit card holders as is, submit the list to the finance committee for review, and bring it back to the school board at a later date. On roll call, the motion passed 7-0. That's not what I heard happen if I'm reading these notes right. So I hope that we get this brought back to the board for action at a future time.
What kind of action are you looking for?
Well, you apparently, two people at a finance committee meeting decided that this is what's going to happen. The entire board referred this to the finance committee for you to discuss it and bring it back to the board, to the school board.
So had I, just curious, had I said, and then we talked about the credit cards, would that have been sufficient?
This is the motion that you made.
Right.
To refer to the finance committee and bring it back to the school board at a later date. That's not what I'm reading is what happened.
So I'm asking if I had mentioned that, would that have been sufficient?
No, it's school board action because we referred it to the committee for study and then to come back here.
It's not a later date. A later date could be next week. It could be 3 weeks from now.
Could be, but that's not what I'm reading.
It's not decided. These haven't even been approved by anybody because they just were typed up their draft, these minutes by Jackie. So if there's some correction they need, I'll be more than happy to review it.
Well,
but don't tell us that we're not doing something because we're not bringing something back. I mean, let's go. I mean, if you got an issue with stuff, spit it out.
I put it out here now.
Well, you can't do this. It's not a later date yet. When we
put it out here.
We'll review these minutes, and if we need to bring something, we'll bring something back as per the motion. And right now, we're not ready to do that. So it's not the later date yet.
I'm not going to take it any farther tonight. I've
That's good.
expressed my dissatisfaction with what I'm reading. Everybody's aware of it. It could continue on this at a later time.
Anytime.
My hope is the finance committee will address my concerns.
We will be happy to take all board members' comments on any committee, not just Arlen's. So we'll be happy to do that for any board member that wishes on the finance or operation, whatever committee anybody's on or I'm on. So thank you for your comments.
As I remember the credit card issue, there was numbers all over the place and you wanted to clean it up, which I think is a really important thing to do because those numbers of credit limits are kind of all over and arbitrary and who knows how they were. So my understanding was that you were going to, in your committee, just kind of look at that and make it more uniform, user-friendly, make more sense of that list. Is that I'm seeing you nod. So, all right. We'll move on to personnel. Arlen, one more thing.
Well, I just quoted the minutes from the January meeting that said what was supposed to happen, not what was supposed to. I literally read it word for word from the approved minutes from January 4th, what was supposed to take place. So that's what they were supposed to do.
I didn't know we were debate minutes from a week ago to this meeting when we haven't had a chance to go before the finance committee with the minutes to amend, to adopt them or accept them or change them. So this is something for your information. So thank you for pointing it out. But nobody's asking. We're not here to approve minutes. We're here for your information on the topic of the minutes of the committee that's put together by Jackie. So.
All right, I think we're going to move on. We will revisit this and figure all of those pieces out so that it makes sense for all of us as a board. Our personnel committee meeting happened just prior to this meeting at 3:45 today. The biggest piece was that we talked about an e-learning plan moving forward. In the future, before school starts in the fall, we need to have a plan in place for our snow days, what that's going to look like moving forward. Jen Grove, who is the principal at Burnside, is working on a plan for us where it's not solidified yet, but we're getting feedback and working on that plan moving forward. So that is more to come, but it's an exciting piece that we'll be able to offer starting next year, if not this year still, because we are in e-learning already. We talked about employee reporting procedures, who needs to report on what day based on a critical closure or a normal closure. That there was a nice chart that was provided, which is in the minutes on the board packet for under the personnel committee. We talked about some HR updates. Amy French joined us and kind of talked about all the positions that are being filled or not filled and strategies moving forward on how to fill those. We talked about the organizational chart. Mr. Hartman came forward and talked about strength and conditioning coach. And then we talked about the district office receptionist. And so that, anything else that I missed, Jennifer or Holly? No.
No.
All right. Then any other committees that anyone would like to report on? I know technology met.
Technology was the only one I was able to make it to. This schedule is kind of like a checkerboard, and I appreciate everybody's understanding as I kind of learn how to navigate through the system. But they didn't really, it was a really short meeting, and just kind of sat back and observed and kind of understood my role. But the one thing I do want to report back with that was said, used all 5-year budget plans because of COVID-19. That's kind of where they're trying to figure out how to go forward with. Do not have funds for technology department. Go Guardian replacing Lightspeed. Accomplished years 3, 4, and 5, and just 1 and 2. So again, that's circling back to used all 5-year budget plans because of COVID. But I hope to find out more information at the next meeting.
Thanks, Nikki. Anna, you were in the queue.
The Community Education Advisory Council met, and I guess one big takeaway to share is that the February through April brochure for community ed is out. So of course that is available on the district website. It's a little bit different than in years past because things are changing more rapidly. So it's a digital catalog instead of kind of that mailed out one that we might be used to, but a lot of great content in there to look over. And then just an acknowledgement that Marcia Jensen has retired from community ed, and of course she was a great resource in that office and did a lot of work with putting together this catalog specifically in past years. So thanks to her, and we will miss her and hope she's enjoying Florida.
Yes, I know I would be. Thank you. Happy retirement, Marcia. Other updates? Any other committees?
I put my name in the queue for the Good County Ed.
Good, go ahead.
We met last week and it was a fast and furious budget meeting, and the board approved the proposed budget and voted on the same board chair and the same vice chair, and they combined clerk and treasurer, and then talked about using the superintendent's evaluation process to move forward in evaluating Sherry Johnson as the executive director of Goodhue County Ed, and kind of take pieces from that. I don't necessarily know how it's going to play out, but we're looking at going forward with that in some capacity, which is good. And yeah, lots of things were presented at that meeting, but it was done specific, fast, furious, and so those were some of the big nuggets. Any questions? Oh, Sonia Smith. Not retiring, but resigning from Red Wing is such a heartbreak. And we know, we talked about it before, there were some interviews last week, so hopefully we will have a replacement coming, somebody who can fill her shoes and hit the ground running, hopefully.
Thanks, Holly. Arlen, I apologize that I missed you in the queue. And then Nikki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is the reason what I'm bringing up here now. I wanted this prior to our other discussions going forward. Curriculum, instruction, and assessment committee met here last week, and we have a big communication problem, in my opinion. And the board that committee says there's a communication issue. Hardly anybody really knew what Flight Paths was. Some thought that it was just something specific for the well-educated students that are going to the farthest part of the college. Some thought it was just maybe special needs kids. It's totally, it took a lot of time to explain that and get that figured out amongst people as we're trying to go forward with what's going on. And in my opinion, we've gotten so accustomed to using acronyms and terms that sound catchy that we forgot how to communicate to ordinary people, our students, our parents. Flight Paths is a very nice name, but really, why don't we just call it something like college and career readiness or whatever it happens to be. So as we go forward in our meeting tonight, I would hope when we get to the high school course of studies and everything, and Flight Paths is there, that we really take a look at what we're doing and maybe put some explanation of what these words are. Flight Paths sounds great, but to me it sounds like somebody's trying to learn how to fly a plane. That's the way I heard it, and so I just wanted to point that out. And Jennifer was also at the meeting. I don't know if she wants to add anything to it.
Jennifer, we can't. All right. Sorry about that. Nikki?
I forgot to update you on the American Indian Parent Committee, just because I have dual roles on that one now, parent and committee liaison. And then maybe Arlen can jump into, because that was, we had a meeting during my sickness, and then I think we had just a Native American, the parents, after, because Arlen and Karsten were not aware of the meeting that I was missing. Anyways, so we're looking at to get more Native American parent involvement in this committee, and looking to open up better communications with our Native parents, and seeing what all their individual needs are. So I think that that's where I left off, because I wasn't able to attend the second meeting as a Native parent. And I suppose being on school board too, I don't know.
Thank you for that update, Nikki. I'm glad to hear that met and you were able to get there. That's good. Holly?
Yeah, I know Jennifer's not able to talk, and maybe she could have expounded on this, but Arlen, I'm curious to know who didn't know what flight paths was. Only because I'm curious, and I want to know how the communication needs to be improved upon and what specifically was missing. Because I know as a board, we've talked about it a million times. That doesn't mean it transfers. That doesn't mean it goes anywhere other than our lips to the screen. So what was the confusion behind it?
Well, first off, nobody really knew what Flight Pass was. And here it's been something we've been talking about for 2 years. And these are parents and of students and members of the community that are, I thought, really up on what's going on in our district, and they were at a loss to what Flight Pass really was. And as discussion continued on, it sounded like there was just communication issues all over from the committee members. That's what kind of came out in the end, is that we're failing in communicating our stuff. And it's not that we aren't trying, that we're doing stuff. It's that I'm trying to put it on a way. I think it's that people aren't understanding what we're saying sometimes. So we need to work at how to relay what we're doing to the person that's not on the school board or in administration or staff or whatever it is. We're not talking in something that people are understanding, I guess, because we put Flight Pass out in the community. People already know what it is, know that it's there, but they don't understand what it is.
Okay. Yeah.
I can't identify all the problems, but it just continues on from what we heard during, well, not even just this last run for the school board, with all the members running for school board saying that we need to improve communication. We heard communication was an issue before referendums even. So we need to work very strongly on it. But my point for tonight is we need to really make it understandable in that course curriculum and everything, that what Flight Pass is. There's one long 2-page, 3-page document in there that explains Flight Pass very detailed. But unless you look for that particular thing, you may not find it when you're going through it if you overlook that part of it. So I'll talk about that later. Does that answer your question, Holly?
Jennifer. We know we can't hear you, but she did say that Arlen is correct. It was a small group of community members at the meeting. Thank you for typing that in.
Pam?
Yes.
I had my name in the queue too, and I just want to just maybe back Arlen's thought about this up as on the other side. Someone part of that reached out to me on the tribal side, and I honestly thought that they were working with because we have a flight pass grant that we work with, or something similar to that. And so I thought that's what they were working with. I consulting about birds, and that's what I thought it was at first. But then I don't know if he's the leader or the director or what of that. He reached out and he better explained what it was to me. And then I'm not really sure what he wants from, I want more detail what he wants from me on tribal side. So we're going to have a phone conversation, but that's just from dealing with that on the other side.
Thanks for that. Mr. Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. Communication's been the breakdown of so many great organizations over time. It's good that we're addressing and looking at this. Communication is something that's vital for every organization. The second one is we're going to talk about it, but Holly and I were at the Joint Powers Agreement. They're modifying that tonight, which we'll have later on in the meeting. If there's any questions, we can try to answer them then. So thank you.
Wonderful. Any other committee updates that we'd like to talk about? All right. And as I understood the agenda amended, that we're going to leave the administrative reports till later. Is that correct? Yes. So then the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Does anybody have anything that they would like to pull from the consent agenda? All right. So then I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Moved by Holly, seconded.
And a second.
And a second. Any discussion? We will take a roll call vote then to approve the agenda as presented, starting with Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so the consent agenda passes 7-0.
And I
Next,
just wanted to pop in and say congratulations to the retirees. My kids had both Ms. Padditz and Ms. Bergeson, and I'm sure that the Kim Mensinger, the cook, probably worked with my kids at some point too. So congratulations to them and thank them for their service.
Good call.
Well
You know?
yeah,
Good
well
job.
said. Thank
I went
you.
to school with Kim, so she did a wonderful job. She was there a lot of years too. So good call on all of them. Enjoy your retirement.
Congratulations. Yeah. Next on the agenda is the resolution accepting donations and grants.
On behalf of the school board, I'd like to thank the Haven of Hope of Red Wing for their donation of school supplies.
Absolutely. So I am looking to,
I'm making a motion to approve the donation. Motion to approve the donation.
Jim, did you make, you're kind of muffled. Did you make that motion?
Motion to approve the
Okay.
donation.
Thank you. I need a second.
I'll second.
Motion to approve made by Jim, seconded by Holly. Any discussion? All right, we'll take a roll call vote. This time we'll start with Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck,
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf,
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
Ms. Tift,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. That passes 7-0. Arlen, you're in the queue.
Yeah, I pulled the item 1 from the consent agenda. We never acted on it.
Tonight,
Yeah,
I did not hear any pulling of any number on the consent agenda when I asked. No one spoke, or at least I didn't hear you say that.
I didn't hear it either.
I was in the queue and well, you've approved it, so I don't know what we can do right now, but we have an issue on the consent agenda from the minutes that needs to be addressed. And if you didn't catch it, I'm not sure how we'll do it.
Yes, I don't know what the protocol on that would be. If somebody could weigh in on that. We just approved the consent agenda as is.
I think, Arlen, perhaps you could share what the concern is, and then we can decide what action we should take based on that.
Right. I'm sorry. I know I asked to pull item 1 from the consent agenda, and I thought we approved it minus that item. The issue is on our minutes, and it's not just this last one, but going back other ones too. The minutes say that the consent agenda was approved, and it's nothing else is approved in the consent agenda. Doesn't say what they are. And going back to policy on the consent agenda apology, it states consent agenda items are approved en masse by 1 vote of the school board. The consent agenda items must be separately recorded in the minutes, and we're not doing that right now. So each one of the hires, resignations, approving of the minutes, every one of those items have to show up in our minutes following our own policy. So I guess I'll leave it up to you guys to take it from there. We've already approved the minutes at this point and decide how you're going to proceed in the future.
Yeah, we can certainly do a little research on that, Arlen, and then make that adjustment starting with tonight's or the next meeting consent agenda.
It's policy 203.6 if you want to refer to it.
Arlen, are you okay with that moving forward?
Well, yeah, I guess, I mean, I'm not sure. We basically have violated our policy with our minutes for at least two meetings and maybe more. And really approving a consent agenda in minutes without saying what it is worthless in the minutes. So I'm okay with if you address it at a future meeting.
Thank you, Arlen. I did not see your name in the queue, nor did I hear you ask to pull item 1. So I apologize for that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say maybe the policy committee can look that over and come back to the board and kind of explain that through, so we're more clear on what you're saying, Arlen.
I don't really see any need for it to be explained. It's in the policy, and that's the way it should be.
Well, I'm just asking.
That's generally what's done with consent agendas. I think it's actually coming out of statute.
I was just asking.
I'll take a look at policy 203.6 and Jim and Karsten and I can discuss it tomorrow in our weekly meeting. How's that sound? We'll make a plan moving forward. All right. Moving on with our agenda, 3.4 negotiation sessions.
As all of you know, on March 30th, we approved a resolution to start conducting all of our meetings virtually because of the pandemic. We have been doing that for board meetings, workshops, special meetings, and committee meetings since that time. There was a discussion recently about the possibility of at least conducting negotiations sessions in person if both sides were okay with that. And so the recommendation that's presented tonight would be to allow in-person negotiation sessions with certified bargaining groups until further notice. So again, the key word there is allow. You know, we'd want some flexibility because if one of our board members, you know, is out, you know, quarantine, for example, then we may want to conduct that virtually. As in addition, if one of their members is not available, then we'd want to do the same thing. So that's the recommendation.
Anna.
I would like to make a motion to allow in-person negotiation sessions with certified bargaining groups until further notice.
This is Jennifer. I'll second.
A motion made by Anna, seconded by Jennifer. Any other discussion? All right, we will begin the roll call vote with, we'll start with Nikki Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf,
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
Ms. Tift,
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. That passes 7-0. Thank you. I'm on the negotiations team, and it will be nice to have that flexibility. And I know that Jennifer and Anna also will appreciate that, as will our bargaining group. So thank you. All right, next on the agenda is the Red Wing High School Program of Studies.
George Nemenich is available to review the 3 documents that were included on the board agenda packet.
Hello. I also have Mick Wendland here, it's interesting, Arlen, you brought up the flight pathways, and I know that's one of the packets I sent you. We'll address that and some of the questions you had regarding communication of that. I will say this on flight paths, and we can have a discussion about this a little bit later. We got to remember this is a process that's going to take some time, because in part we had some good steam going until the pandemic hit, and then of course things change, and so we just have to kind of monitor and adjust, and we'll get there. I feel very confident with that, and I know Mick will have more to say about the flight path guide you received. I do know that the name can be deceiving, so I'll give you that. But the name actually kind of derives. It's a statewide program that Career Pathways is kind of a state deal, and so I think we were just using it as kind of a catchy name for Red Wing with flight pathways. So but I'm going to let Mick expand more on that when we get to it. What I wanted to do tonight to start with is kind of give you a timeline of, so the program of studies, you've gotten those documents. I just want to let you know, first off, there may be some typographical things that need to be corrected, just so you know. If you saw those, and this is not the final draft, but I wanted to get you a draft by Wednesday of last week, so that's why I kind of rushed it to press. But we're still working on it. Beth Kelly's been kind of going through it and trying, because the pages were a little off as well. But I wanted to give you an idea of what basically the meat of the document was about. So I'm going to talk about that, but I wanted to talk about kind of our timeline here. We're going to move forward and register 7-8 and 9-12 as you all know, you approved the reconfiguration for next year to be 7 through 12 in our building. So we basically took the program of studies and kind of broke it into 2, which actually is probably a good thing, especially for parents who were part of the 8-12 thing, and that's a long document. So this is actually going to be a good thing to kind of break it up a little bit. But we're going to register for 7-8 as a 7-period day, and 9-12 as an 8-period day. Now, Holly mentioned earlier about when she did the finance committee report, there may be some things that might affect that and impact that. So we understand that, but we just wanted to get a registration moving forward. We wanted to get something scheduled because we wanted to get the kids registered, because that will make our job easier. Even if we have to change the schedule or tweak the schedule a little bit, we'll at least have the students registered. And so that was our idea. So that's why our Red Wing High School site team had consensus on a 7-period 7-8 schedule, and then a 9-12 high school 8-period day. So that's that. Now, as far as the timeline goes, registration, we'd like to start it the week of the 15th. Okay, so what we're looking at doing is on the 16th, we will be presenting registration presentations and material to the students A through K, and those that are online, of course. And then on the 18th, February 18th, the students L through Z. And this will be done during second hour at the beginning of the second block, I should say, third period, second block. And then online only students, of course, will be getting that information at the same time. There's a registration form we're going to use. So just so you know, 7th graders will be registering through Synergy. And that'll be done. Ms. Pagel, our grade 7 and 8 counselor, is going to assist them with the Synergy registration. 8th through 11th graders will be registering through a Google form, the use of a Google form. Okay. A week later, so the next week, Monday the 22nd, we're going to be having the students submit. Those students A through K will submit their Google form of registration to their counselor, and then the same will be done on the 25th by our students L through Z. And our online only students will do the same at that time as well. So that's kind of the registration timeline we're looking at. Here's the reason we wanted it seems, I know, probably maybe a little bit aggressive. Here's the reason. We did the same thing last year. And the idea was, part of this is because spring break hits right at the beginning of March. So it's a lot easier to get this stuff done prior to the spring break. And then we'll work on it over break and then into the next few weeks of March. But we're going to need to know kind of where our numbers are at for classes. For sure by the end of March, because we're going to have to know kind of what our needs are going to be for FTE and things like that. And of course, we may have some, reductions. So we're going to have to really know that. And then, we really want to have an idea by April 1st of if we're going to have to reduce staff. We need to know that by April 1st. So that's kind of why we have to do it this way. I know we've had questions. I had high school staff asking the same questions, and legitimate questions like, why would we, isn't this putting the cart before the horse with the potential for reductions and things? Yes and no. I mean, the fact is we have to get registered. Last year we did this, and I'm so happy we did it when we did, because as you all know, March 13th came around and we didn't have students anymore in the building, and that would have been a disaster if we hadn't registered before then. So this actually works out really well. It'll help. It'll just give us a lot of time to kind of make some good decisions moving forward about what we can offer and things like that. As far as the course catalog goes, the 9 through 12 is pretty much what we've offered in the past. And the new classes that you had heard about a couple of meetings ago are in there. And so we are, I know last year we talked about this. We're at the point now where we're going to offer 28 credits, or it takes 28 credits to graduate. That's a little bit of a reduction from a couple of years ago when it was 32, but we also have study hall in that mix. Okay, and so in order to make sure that we allow for some of that play in the student schedule, we wanted to make sure we didn't have such a high number of credits that they would have to attain. And then as far as the 7-8 course catalog, I noticed one thing when I was going through it this afternoon. The grade 7 electives had animal science. That was I don't know how that got there, but so that's not supposed to be on there. So we've already deleted it in the copy, but I just wanted to let you know that. And there might be some changes with electives as how we offer them, depending on what we decide moving forward. As far as if there's some reductions, we may have to go to more quarter credit for electives to fit them in instead of like a semester. So that's a way we can maintain some of our programming without losing these options for kids. We want to make sure that they're getting their elective options still, but we just might have to reduce it from semester to quarter. So that's a possibility. We'll have to kind of wait and see how this all kind of plays out. But I wanted to make sure everybody kind of knew that too. So before I go to Flight Path, does anybody have any questions on the program of studies? I'm sure you probably saw some things or may have questions.
Go ahead, Anna.
So you just said that, the electives might change up, and I can totally respect that. Can you talk about kind of, if they don't change, what the process will be for kids in 7th and 8th grade kind of opting into their electives? How is that process? I know that's been a question in years past of how that gets sorted out and, trying to get the kids into things that are in their interest. Can you talk about what that process might look like?
Yeah. So as far as that goes, I mean, it's what the students, it's really up to what the students want to choose. Now, in saying that, sometimes, a elective like band or choir might take up more spots that might be available for other things. If a student's in band and or choir or both, they still would have options for in 7th grade, they would have at least 4 elective options available to them, possibly. Well, actually, I take that back. It would be, they have four elective, I guess what we would call elective type classes, but they would be already predetermined for the 7th grade. So I think that's art, life skills, let's see what else, world language, and we're calling it computers and Google prep because 7th graders are entering the high school. We wanted to kind of get them accustomed to the use of the Google platform. They're going to already have experience with it with 6th grade, but just some other Google things that might enhance their abilities with the computer. So those were kind of things we were looking at for 7th grade. A lot more is available for the 8th grade, but again, just like I said, if they take a band or choir, that might get in the way a little bit of taking some of these extra classes. They'll have their choice about which ones they want. And so you can see it was on page 5 of the program of studies for 7-8, has quite a bit of, you'll see a lot of electives there, and they'll have a lot of choice on that. And they'll register. And the way we do it is we're going to give them some options beyond. So they'll register, and then we want some backups just in case we can't fill a course or things like that. But that's kind of how we would do it. I don't know if that helps answer your question, Anna, or do you need a little bit more on that? Okay.
More or less, that answers my question.
Okay.
I just know that in the past there were, some issues with like kids who wanted to take art and couldn't get in, and then kids who didn't want to take art but were stuck in an art class. And I know some of that is just like how things shake out with how you have to divide up kids. But I think, if I'm remembering correctly, that there had been some discussion about, kind of how to structure that in a way that tried to make it a little bit more accessible for kids to get into the things that they actually wanted to. And I just wasn't sure. I know the pandemic throws everything in into a mess too, but
Yeah, I'm with you though. I want to make sure students get the choices they want. And sometimes what happens is we just have so few students that sign up for a particular class. We just have to close it out, and that's unfortunate. I would say this though, most of the time that doesn't really, at least in the 8th grade, we don't see that as often. But sometimes it'll happen. It depends. Really, it oftentimes will depend on how many students take band, choir, or both, and then a foreign language to start. Because they can get high school credit in 8th grade with that. So.
Thanks for that great question, Anna. Nikki?
Okay, George. So my understanding is that I'm just focusing on the 7th and 8th because that's just what we were talking about, and that's where I pulled my screen up. So if they were to elect any of these not extracurricular, but these different activities, they would still get credit, correct?
Yeah, so these elective classes. So if you look at like that, they're obviously they got their 4 cores, and then after that, we do require both in 7th and 8th grade, a 1 semester of Phy Ed, and then we in 7th grade we have Project Lead the Way and Health that are required, and then in 8th grade. We've added Intro to Flight Paths and Perspectives. And so this year, for instance, our students are taking Intro to Flight Paths as 8th graders. And it's a semester-long class, along with Perspectives is also a semester-long class. However, I wanted to make sure we could fit those both in without having to get in the way. So we've made them quarter-long classes as a kind of together, a pairing. So those are required. The Intro to Flight Paths is, of course, their first kind of delving into what's going to be the career pathways that they'll have in 9 through 12. So that's and this year's 8th grade, just so you guys know, this is our first group that will go through their entire high school career with the career pathways. So this is kind of that first step. And then after that, Nikki, you're right. The rest of those are electives, and we might do them in quarters, we might do them in semesters. It depends kind of on what we have available as far as monies and things like that. So that might have some impact.
Okay, and just one more question. I've got a little bit of background information on this, and I just think this is sky's the limit and really wonderful. But a grading system, maybe? Is it going to be this traditional, or are we going to create something of our own?
Okay. Very, very interesting. We are looking at doing something along the lines of more what you might call standards-based type grading, where it's a little bit it's more focused on summative assessment, not so much on homework, it's based on a student's ability. Do they know the grade is based on their knowledge as opposed to their work ethic per se. And I think that now that can be a controversial concept, and we have been having some discussions on that. I just want, we've been talking about that with our site team recently. I think this is going to be an ongoing conversation with our teachers. It can be a little bit controversial because some of the teachers' homework is very important to the class, and it should have it should be counted for something. So it's going to be striking that balance between how much homework do we value, and then how much value goes into the summative assessment, which is really that's the thing that's basically measuring their learning at the end of a unit per se. So.
And that is a whole can of worms for another day.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. So that's, yeah, I don't know if I don't want to go too far into that one.
Right. More questions about the program of studies. This is very comprehensive and a lot of stuff to read, but I'm glad that we're thinking about it. And I know how much work we did last year moving from 4 classes a day to the 7 or 8 hour period. We've put a lot of time and effort and energy into already moving that way. And so the pandemic's kind of put a big pause on all of that, but it's great to see that we're planning this fall moving back to what we were anticipating a year ago. So that's an exciting move forward, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Other questions for George about the program of studies? Otherwise, I'm looking for a motion to approve the Winger Flight Path Guide, grades 7, 8 program of study, and grades 9 through 12 program of study as presented.
So moved.
Moved by Holly.
Second by Nikki Bach.
Moved by Holly, seconded by Nikki. Any other discussion?
Do we need to add a provision in there that corrections can be made for typos and things like that, or is that just assumed?
I'm assuming that typos can be, I think it's the main content is what we're voting on, but I think if there's typos or things that, grammar things. Arlen?
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious, similar to that. I still think we need, when the opportunity presents it in this, to, under flight pass, put another definition in parentheses underneath it from time to time, just to simplify it, because I really believe there is an issue with a lot of people not understanding that term. And yes, you can read it in that one area, but in other places it says, well, to help prepare you. But I just think it would be good if they would study this and see if there are places where maybe a small, in parentheses, college career readiness or whatever it happens to be, we want to put to it for a simple, easy to understand thing. I don't have the answer for it. I just know that type of thing and acronyms can goof people up from one end to the other. We aren't talking Naviance this year for once, and I thank goodness, because I never did understand that one. Thank you.
That's really good feedback, Arlen. And, maybe Karsten, we can talk about working with our communications department on, doing a little beef up about what flight pass is. Mick, we can work with you too to really get that word out as we move forward and get back to our regular programming for the fall. And also, what else was I going to say? Oh, Ann Jacobson, you're here on the line. Maybe we can even highlight that in the paper. Really nice article moving forward about how excited we are about the programming that we've approved and that's coming up. And, Flight Paths, IE, is a part of that and how excited we are about that. So, Jennifer?
Thank you, Pam. You read my mind. That's exactly what I was going to say. If we could just increase the communication around this. I'm just so thankful, Mick and George, for your work on this. This is exciting to see. And I love that we are able to talk about some things other than COVID and returning to school and the exciting things that have been going on in the district for the last couple of years. So thank you for that. And I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to comment before when Arlen brought up about the communication at the meeting. If I could just say that it was a small group of people there, but definitely people that are involved in the community and involved in the schools, and they still had difficulty knowing exactly what Flight Paths is. And I think, George, you're absolutely right that part of that is because we had such a large break because of everything that's going on with COVID. And so this is, to me, a perfect opportunity to get that information out there now that it's going to be in the hands of our students. And I think we just need to spread that far and wide in the community so they know what their dollars have gone toward because of the referendum 2 years ago, and just the exciting things that are happening. Our community needs that. So thank you.
Yeah, you bet. I think, I appreciate the feedback about the communication, because it's hard to know sometimes, who we're attracting with this, and who's understanding it. And this is good feedback for us. And we do have some work ahead of us if people are not understanding it. So this definitely is helpful.
Jennifer, so well stated. Thank you for sharing that, because I think you're right. We all need to celebrate some really great things and move forward. So that's great. So the motion is to approve the Flight Path Guide, grades 7-8 program of study, and grades 9 through 12 program of study as presented. Motion made by Holly, seconded by Nikki. Any further discussion? All right, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote, starting with Arlen Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tiff.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
And chair votes aye, passes 7-0. Wonderful. Lots to celebrate there. So thank you, everyone. All
Thank
right.
you.
Next on our agenda, the Joint Powers Agreement.
Don Wettern is here to discuss the agreement.
And I have to apologize. I'm having, like Jennifer, a little technology. I don't have the best reception where I'm at right now. So it looks like I'm going to have to either use my mic or my camera. So it looks like it's going to be the mic. I just wanted to come and just point out there are 3 documents, some background information in your board packet. Then there is also a new agreement that are hoping that you will approve today, and then a resolution. Just a little bit of background. In May of 1996, the school district and the city of Red Wing established the operations of, or they established a joint powers agreement to jointly sponsor recreation programs in the community. This agreement established not only a formal structure with bylaws, but also a governing board, which was termed the Joint Powers Board. Over the course of 24 years that this agreement has been in existence, both the city and the school district, meaning the component of this school district is Red Wing Community Education. So we are the governing, or the part of the school district that operates the joint powers component and the community recreation component. That the relationship just had evolved, and the agreement that was originally put into place did not meet the needs of the growing and expanding program. We've added components, and we have moved on from that original governing board, and we've also developed a lot more community partnerships that we've worked underneath this agreement. So the key concerns, or the primary concerns, were really the compensation that the city gave the school district and not meet the needs or keep pace with just the cost of living increases and the amount of programs that we were adding. We added Live Healthy Red Wing. We also added the Park Naturalist program, were 2 of the biggest components. We also added a second outdoor rink that we operate and coordinate. So that was one of the things that we needed to look at, was how we were going to increase the funding that was given to the school district from the city. We also needed clarification on the duties and the associated expenses with the programs that were added. We also realized, both the city and the school district, that the governing structure of the partnership was not effective, and that the insurance coverage, which amounts to about $12,000 a year, was excessive and really created a financial burden. So for the last several months, the city attorney's office drafted a new joint powers agreement language, and the city council members, Becky Norton and Dean Hove, along with the school board representatives on the board, which is Holly Tower and Jim Bryant, met and reviewed the revised agreement several times throughout the fall. And then on January 21st of 2021, we had a joint powers meeting, and the recommendation was made for the school district and the city council to terminate the 1996 agreement and to replace it with this new agreement that you find in your packet. Then on January 26, which was just last week, the Advisory Council of Community Education, which is mandated under Minnesota Department of, or Minnesota statute, also made agreement that they would approve this recommendation to move forward. So that was last week. And I, again, I can't express enough, gratitude. Jim and Holly put time and energy into this and reviewed it. Anna, before she was the representative of the Advisory Council, we looked at this for many months and we went through the language and back and forth. We just knew that the Joint Powers Board was not effective. It just really weighed down specifically community education, that every time we bought hot dog buns for the pool concession stand, that originally this intent of this agreement was that every single financial thing would have to go through the board. It just wasn't reasonable at this time. So what we would like to move forward with is to terminate the existing 1996 agreement, adopt the new one, and then to adopt the resolution. After this meeting here, then it will go to City Council, and they will be looking at it next Monday evening to do the same thing that the school board is being asked to do. So does anybody have any questions? Jim and Holly, Anna, don't hesitate to jump in. Again, I know this took time. Everybody is busy, and I really appreciate the time and effort that Holly and Jim put into it, and also Anna and the Advisory Council have looked at this many months. And just so this group also knows, the city attorney wrote the agreement, but the school district attorney also looked at the language and approved it. And also Jackie also looked at it. So I feel very comfortable that the way we're moving forward is where we need to be. We really appreciate the relationship that we have with the city, and the partnership was worked really well, but it has evolved and we need to move on from a joint powers board and go to a simple agreement.
Jim is in the queue, and then Arlie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dawn said it very well. She's put a lot of time and energy into this too, as we're discussing it and presented here today. And I'll just echo the partnership that we have with the city of Red Wing to provide this service in the community is just beyond imaginable. It's just great because you got two entities actually working well together, and for various reasons. And I was just proud and happy to be selected to be on that committee, and for the last few years, because I heard so many great things about it. When I was on the community ed board back in the 90s, I think, or 80s, something like that, and there was a great discussion and great ideas about this. But I'll let Arlen speak, but I just wanted to echo that a lot of work by Dawn and others to make this happen. And again, thanks to the city of Red Wing for being a great partner with us down in the past and even going forward too. So thank you.
Yeah, I promised Jim and Dean Hove I wouldn't talk about the last time they served on the Joint Powers Board. So, but they had both served a few years back on the original agreement.
Arlen?
Yeah, thank you. I think the question was answered by Dawn, but I'll just ask it again. She mentioned that our school attorney has also reviewed this document. So I want to just ask, has our attorney or district attorney reviewed the final draft?
The language, nothing has changed since the attorney read the agreement, or since he approved it or they approved it, nothing had changed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
So Don, you said that we needed a motion to approve and then a resolution. Is that correct?
Yes, as
Approve the term.
yes. And I can read the resolution whenever you want to look at termination of the 1996 agreement, and then we would adopt the new agreement that is in your packet.
Madam Chair, I move to terminate the existing May 1996 jointly sponsored community recreation program agreement and replace it with the new 2021 joint powers agreement.
Anna will second.
All right, motion made by Jim, seconded by Annie. Anna, any other discussion?
Annie or Anna? Which one?
I know, sorry.
Which one it was.
I think Nicole had her.
Anna?
Oh, I had my name in the queue, but it was just the motion and Jim beat me to it.
Gotcha. All right.
And wasn't Nicole in there too?
Nope, I was just gonna bring it to attention that Anna was in the queue before anybody, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a roll call vote on the motion to terminate the existing joint sponsored community rec program agreement and replace it with the new 2021 joint powers agreement. We'll start with Anna Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye, sorry, Anna, I didn't see your name in the queue.
Mr. Buck. Ms. Buck. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Just speaking to my inner mister.
Mr. Buck, I can't get it all right tonight. Sorry.
Aye.
Ugh. Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So that passes 7-0. And then we'll go to the resolution. It is posted in your board pack and it is a full page long.
And I can just read the top. It says resolution to terminate the May 1996 joint powers agreement between the City of Red Wing and Independent School District 256 relating to the establishment and operation of a jointly sponsored community recreation program and adopt a new joint powers agreement.
All right, so we need someone to make the motion to approve that resolution.
I'll move that this time.
Anna
Jim will second.
and Jim. All right, Anna makes the resolution and Jim seconds it. Any other discussion? Then we will take a roll call vote to approve the resolution, starting with Holly Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. The resolution passes 7-0.
Again, thank you, Holly and Jim and Anna, for your time. I really appreciate just your expertise and your willingness to work on this. It's been a long time in the making, and we're glad that it's moving forward.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn. And Jim and Anna and Holly. All right, so the next item on our agenda is the school calendar for 21-22.
Thank you. The calendar committee has the attached recommendation for the 21-22 school year. You'll note that classes will start after Labor Day with graduation on Friday, June 3rd, consistent with tradition. The committee also recommends a week-long spring break starting on March 28th. This is different than what we've done over the last 4 or 5 years when we had a week-long spring break during the first full week of March. The reason the calendar committee would like it to start on March 28th is that it's between sports seasons, and so all students will have a better chance of experiencing some time off from school. The only other thing I'd like to add is that The high school administration would like to review the possibility of having seniors finish the year a few days earlier than everybody else. It was kind of brought up later in the discussion, and so I thought it was prudent to go ahead with this calendar so people know when Christmas break is and spring break, and then the board could consider changing the last day for seniors at a later time.
And just as a member of that committee, it is made up of teachers, paraprofessionals, coaches. Who else is on that committee? Jim and Karsten. Karsten, Jim, and I are on there. But there's a good group of folks that weighed in on all of this. And we always start with kind of last year's calendar. We look at days that are needed. We look at professional development, and everybody gets a chance to weigh in on that.
I'll add that there is a possibility that we could review the 22-23 school year calendar this spring. So we'd even have a year jumpstart compared to what we've done in the past. So don't be shocked if that might be forthcoming as well.
Jennifer and then Arlen.
I would like to make a motion to approve the school calendar for the 2021-22 school year.
I will second that motion.
Motion made by Jennifer, seconded by Holly. Any other discussion? Arlen, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I've thought about this quite a bit, and every year I keep coming up with the same thing, and I'm not a real proponent of taking an entire week off for spring break. I really think we should have more time off at Easter time, and it wouldn't hurt my feelings if we figured out how to get out of school a little bit earlier, after maybe at Memorial Day, or instead of running out as late as we are. And so I will be voting no on this.
Any other discussion? All right, so the motion's on the table made by Jennifer, seconded by Holly to adopt the calendar as presented. We will start the roll call vote then with Jennifer.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
No.
Ms. Ostendorf?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. That passes 6-1. And I'll just thank the calendar committee. I know it was some work to look at all of those dates and make sure that we had everything in there. So that was great work. So thank you for those that worked on that committee. All right, next is school board and administrative reports. And of course, we've got through all of the school board reports already. So Karsten, I'll put it back to you for your administrative report.
Well, I'll make it quick and just highlight a few things. First of all, the original administrative report was posted on Wednesday, but then I did add and change a few items today. And so I will kind of focus on the items that were added today, because you may not have had a chance to read them in advance. First of all, employee recognition has been a great opportunity for us to honor retirees and people who have worked in the district for at least 25 years. Because of COVID last year, we were not able to provide a celebration at the end of the year. And so the plans are starting to form that we will celebrate last year's group and this year's group toward the end of the year. So more details will be forthcoming, but I wanted to make sure that you know that we value that celebration. We've had several human resources issues related to our change in health insurance companies. I covered HRA payments at an earlier meeting, but we've also had some other issues that have propped up recently, including some difficulties making clinic appointments because the insurance providers changed and those kinds of things. In addition, we had one employee mention that he or she was not able to access the employee assistance program. And so we are looking into that. Some other people have been able to access it, but we're trying to figure out what's going on there. Jackie Paradis and Amy French are the contact people for that, and so they're going to follow up and make sure that things are operating smoothly for our staff members. And then finally, just a reminder about online learning for next year. We had it this year, and we have every intention to conduct online learning for our students next year as well. So we think that we can actually put a really good product on the table. We can access some current curriculum, perhaps through Edgenuity, but then hopefully we can develop our own classes for high school kids. We would be able to offer shared time opportunities where kids could take some classes via the online curriculum, but then take other classes like art, family and consumer science, industrial tech in our building. We think that's much better than online options of those particular classes. And we want to be able to provide personal connections between students in Red Wing and between students and their teacher, who would be employed by Red Wing Public Schools. Online schools across the state and country cannot do that. It's impossible. And so I'm confident that we can actually put a much better product on the table that would serve kids in Red Wing. So just to let you know that that is our intent. Sherry Johnson did submit an application to the state for online learning for next year on behalf of GCED schools, but we want to maintain those other parts to the online learning as well. So we're working with multiple entities to make that happen. That's all I have. Everything else is in the written report.
Does anybody have any questions for our superintendent? No. All right, great. Well, then upcoming meetings. I'll just highlight our next school board meeting is on Tuesday, February 16th at 6 p.m. Currently, that is still our virtual platform. We'll continue looking at ways that we can brainstorm ideas of how to get some in person, but at the very least, we want to move to maybe some sort of hybrid option where if we physically can't make it because of illness or quarantining, that you'll still be able to join us. So we're still looking at those options, but as of right now, we're still virtually meeting. That same evening at 4:45 is legislative and policy meeting, or is that a meeting on Monday? Excuse me.
No, that's on Tuesday, just like you said.
Okay, good. Monday, February 22nd, I believe is at the finance meeting at 4:45. That's the last Monday. And then we'll have a workshop night. It's not a formal school board meeting, but that's our opportunity to have a workshop. We're going to be talking, currently our plan is to talk about school board organization and structure. And we have the school board packet. You want to explain a little bit more about that, Carson? You've been working on that and it's going to the policy committee.
Yeah, we have a really rough draft of school board procedures and protocols. And so I'll be running that through the new policy and legislative committee. So they have some feedback before we take it to the workshop session.
And one of the things that Nikki brought up, which I think is really important that we think about for that workshop evening, is that for our new school board members, and they've been given all these new committee assignments, and Nikki and I spent some time a couple of weeks ago trying to figure out when all of those meetings met. And so if we could figure out a way that we could inform new members and new, it doesn't even have to be new board members, but just new members of committees on when those meetings do occur, that would be helpful. And it's not necessarily the finance, the legislative policy, those kinds of committees, but it's all the other ones that we are tasked to be a part of. So just be thinking about that. And then the negotiations team is meeting with the cooks this week. Anything else that anybody would like to highlight about future meetings? Or
I know Nikki had a suggestion for a future meeting topic. So Nikki, if you wouldn't mind sharing.
Yes. So I think it was last week, I met with Red Wing Sustainability Commission on behalf of Land and Environment through Prairie Island, and we're creating a potential partnership. We just got the okay from our council to go ahead and create a subcommittee / advisory committee for this new partnership. So it will be 3 members from Land and Environment, and then whoever the Sustainability Commission wants to join for this. But anyways, when pitched with this idea last year, every year actually, starting in spring, I clean up Himanicha. Well, last year it was pretty bad, and not to any fault by any one person. What I thought may have happened is like maybe a few garbage bags flew out of the garbage truck and just littered the whole bottom, because it was a lot of broken down plastic, which is really, really, really tough to catch and get before it gets into the water. And so I decided that I wanted to do a kickoff event, make it Earth Day every day. So it's going to kind of be like Prairie Island Land and Environment's baby, but they're entering into a partnership because we're essentially cleaning up the streets of Red Wing. So I've been really focusing on cigarette butts a lot lately, because in my job I get paid by the Shipping Tobacco Grant. So we work a lot with MDH and ACAF, American Indian Cancer Foundation. And so just learning through working at the gardens and stuff, the harmful effects not only cigarette butts do for us, but for the earth, and especially being a river city. It's not like the earth where it can just travel around. Once it gets trapped in the river, it's in there. And the harmful effects of not only just garbage, but like cigarette butts in particular that are to our river systems, that affects all of us as a community, and especially the Dakota people, because our very being is, that's our name, we're the spirit of the water dwellers. Our entire being depends on that, the Mississippi River Valley. So I thought about who's my target audience. Well, the kids, of course, they are so passionate about things that they just want to be part of something, and part of something really good. So I thought about, we're the adults, we're the ones that lead by example on how they learn effective partnerships. And so it's just part of this ongoing work with Prairie Island and Red Wing that has been going on. But what everybody says that I keep pitching this to, they want to get the school district involved. Both sides are really, really, really super pushing of getting the school district involved. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a start-off kickoff event. These 2 entities are going to join into a partnership, and we're going to start a .com. We're going to, because if we start a .com and people see community members wearing bright shirts with this .com, they're going to wonder what we're doing. And that the internet is the fastest way to get information to anybody. So they look up this .com. We can look for sponsors, ELC or Friends of the Bluff. I'm part of Friends of the Bluff too, and they're really super excited to be part of it. Sponsors can have their business website where it can lead to. They can make donations. We'll be doing monthly drawings. If you do a selfie and then tag it to this post, that enters you in a chance for a drawing for a really cool, it's a garbage kit. We're working on terminology. You get a really cool handy dandy garbage picker upper like Nikki has, that makes cleaning up trash so much fun than what it is. And like some dry bags to tote the garbage around. You can reuse them for anything. PPE supplies, really cool bright neon t-shirt to protect you while you're picking up trash, and then the information of the .coms on there. And let's see if I hit everything on point. But everybody thought, well, what about the schools and making it an after school program? Because we do have to get a little creative with the children and how we get them to, because this isn't going away anytime soon. So they thought about this would be a great after school program that the kids can get together and clean up trash and get to hang out with their friends and connecting with Earth. So my 3 main thoughts are, we're going to shoot for community engagement between both communities We're showing them how to be respectful and honor one another while having the same common goal in mind, which is taking care of our earth and really targeting that youth. I said, I am only going to be in this environmental advocacy for 20 more years. It is, you know, it's rewarding work, but it is also exhausting. So we got to start finding future environmentalists, you know, and, you know, you hit mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical all in one group. You know, there's just so many good things about this that, you know, hopefully we can go nationwide and showing people like how well our community is healing together, growing together, and creating a better future for the next 7 generations.
Oh, Nikki, that is amazing. Thank you. Holly, your name is in the queue.
I was just going to say the same thing. Fantastic and very exciting. And how far are you into the school district process? Because I know we're going to put this on an agenda as an item later, but what kind of help do you need now?
Well, we just got it approved with council. I just met with sustainability last week. So I'm going to be reaching out to sustainability tomorrow and getting the ball rolling and committing making a subcommittee or advisory. And so I told them, well, yeah, I've got kind of a lead on the school board. I can drop this with my friends and my colleagues. And so I just reached out to Karsten and just to see how I'm learning everything. It's very different than how we operate on tribal side. So any guidance and, you know, direction that is given to me is always greatly appreciated. So he kind of just led me to delivering this, you know, but like I said, we're going to probably try and kick off. So I got a lot of work to do. I have a to-do list to create tomorrow on this, but
we have park naturalists and we have Healthy Redwood. I mean, like those entities within the city and within the community ed could embrace some type of grouping.
Yes.
There's so many legs.
Yes, and so I can definitely, if we want to get this on an agenda, I have all the logistics and everything typed up and stuff. So once I can get everything like more detailed and ideas of how it's going to work to all of us by then, and so that way we can maybe move forward on what kind of involvement we want to be on this project as a school district.
Yeah.
So
well,
that's just kind of what, yeah. Okay, wonderful. Yep. Thanks, Holly.
Yep.
And by the way, Nicole or Nikki, Molly Kiefer is the kind of the advisor or the primary contact at the high school for the high school sustainability club. And so that might be a natural tie-in. The one thing that George mentioned today is that we haven't had a lot of clubs meeting because of COVID. So it may be a little slow starting at first, but I know that Molly and the students would have a passion for, or would share a passion with you and so many others in our community.
Yeah, the thing about us environmentalists, we can make meetings anywhere, inside or out.
Thank you for sharing your vision and your passion, Nikki. That's it's exciting to hear and have some fresh energy. So thank you for sharing that. And however I can help you, let me know. All right, that brings us to our final agenda item, which is adjournment. Looking for a motion.
So moved.
Motion to adjourn made by Holly. Looking for a second.
Anna, second.
All right, moved by Holly, seconded by Anna. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. We are adjourned at 8:01. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.